Glad you know I met a gal from old Bordeaux. She had blonde hair and blue eyes too.
Let me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call the ring-dang-doo.
Took me down to her cellar, said that I was a mighty fine fellow. Fed me wine
Whiskey
and
too. Let me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
Her father come in, angrily said, now you have lost your
maidenhead.
Pack your bag and coat bags too.
Make your living off the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
She went off to be a whore, hung this sign upon her door.
$1 each and 3 for 2. Take a crack at the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. And that's what they call a ring-dang-doo. It was diddle 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 all the day. Put my hand upon her toe. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, you're right low for the diddle 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 all day.
I put my finger on her knee.
Well, what I do say.
She says, young man, you're rather free
for diddle 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 all the day.
I put
My arm around her waist. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, you're in great haste for the diddle 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 all day. I put my hand upon her thigh. Mark well what I do say. She says, you're getting pretty nice. Do my diddle 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 all day. She says, let's lay down on the grass and diddle 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 all the day.
She says, let's lay down on the grass
and diddle 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 all the day. And we diddle diddle did too.
All day long on the prairies I ride, not even a dog to trot by my side.
Down to the chess club.
Those townships around,
The coffee
I boil without being brown. I wash in a pool and I wipe on a sack. I carry my wardrobe all on my back. For want of an oven, I cook bread in a pot. And I sleep on the ground for want of a cot. My ceiling's the sky, my floor is the grass. My music's the lowering of my shiny white ass. My books are guns, my sermons the stones. My parson's a wolf on his pulpit of bones. Now sometimes I rob a bank on Main Street. You can't blame me for wanting to eat, but show me a man that sleeps more profound than big old Uncle lying out on the ground.
As the newspapers call for our gang's demise, says we're no good thieves that you should despise. A parson remarks from his pulpit of bones, fortune favors those who look out for their own.
Assassins, Creed Valaha.
Oh, I'm a wild free-ranging rover. I roam and sing a merry song.
That's most definitely what's up.
Wide world I wander over. With a light, light heart I rove along. Oh, I'm a wild free rover. I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over. With a light, light heart I rove along. With a light, light heart I rove along. The wind flows free o'er hill and river, and the clouds roam free along the sky. Each little bird's a wild free rover, and a rover wild and free am I. Oh, I'm a wild free rover, I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over, with a light, light heart I rove along. With a light, light heart I roll along. The wind roams free, a wild song singing, and softly murmuring flows the stream. The bird roams free, its wild way winging, and I rove and sing with morn's first beam. Oh, I'm a wild free rover, I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over, with a light, light heart I roll along. With a light, light heart I roll along. The good earth loves a wild free rover, for a roving bird is never dumb. He sings to please the dear old mother, and she aye rewards him with a crumb. Oh, I'm a wild free rover, I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over, and a light, light heart I roll along. With a light, light heart I roll along.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? How the gosh darn heck are you doing? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. That's my hope. That's my hope for you today, right here, right now. Hopefully you're doing good. Let me get your chats on screen, you lovely bunch of people. Just a second. Just a second. Okay, we'll copy that chat. Put it on the screen. Voila. And copy it. I'm a professional. And then paste it there. Hey, it worked. Okay. Hi, everybody. How we doing? Everybody feeling good? Hopefully you are. Hopefully you are. Star Wars Outlaws, I don't think there has been any news. I think it's all been kind of all quiet. Yeah, so couple housekeeping things. Yes, Merry Christmas. I guess in the past. Yeah, Christmas happened. It was lovely. Lots of time with family and friends. That's always great. Very tiring because we had to go across state lines to get to visit my family and then drive back across state lines to visit Nikki's family. And so it's just been like a lot of running around. So we're glad to be home now and relaxing. And then in just like a couple of, well, not a couple of days, a few days, we're going to go to Arizona and have a little mini weekend getaway for a little bit and, celebrate New Year's out there. And then we'll be back and it's back to the grind and hitting the new year hard. The only way you should hit years, forcefully and with passion. So hopefully your New Year's or Christmas, I'm sorry, I haven't had my caffeine today, so I'm all sorts of scatterbrained. But yeah, hopefully your Christmas was good. Did anybody have anything like fun and wacky happened? Did I say anything fun and wacky happened instead of happen? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Where do I get off? What gives me the right? Okay. You had a very intense shroom trip. Oh. We got Boogie over here. Did it answer all your questions about life and reality and everything? You got it all figured out now? I did say, what was it? I did see an old clip of PKA, and it was so uncomfortable because they had a guy on who apparently is like a big advocate for shrooms and all sorts of drugs and stuff as like self-medication. And it turns out it's because he has like a super tragic backstory. Like the poor guy lost like his wife when she was pregnant, and like it's a horrible thing. But they had him on, and he's describing how like there was this guy who had his wife who threatened to kill him and his kids. And so to deal with it, he went on like a mushroom trip getaway with this guy. And like the moral of the story was the shrooms helped him deal with it. But everybody on the rest of the podcast was like, shouldn't she have gone? And also, why would he leave his kids with a woman who's clearly unstable? Like the whole thing just got really, really weird and crazy. And so the whole episode for the rest of it was like half an hour of them just being like, no, our problem is not like what you're saying you did. The problem is that this is insane. For any person to leave their children with such a person is crazy. It was very awkward. It was very awkward. And then I watched that right after the Boogie documentary. And, you know, Boogie, if you don't know Boogie, like at the end of the documentary, he goes on an a mushroom trip. And he claims that he has everything figured out now. And as we've seen, like, doesn't really seem like that's the case, but it's a whole thing. Stefan, thank you. Why is it called Hogwarts? Was it a place for sick pigs before being a school for wizards? That actually is a great question. I don't actually know. Let's ask ChatGPT. Why was it named Hogwarts School? Okay, I know it's part of her imagination. What are you talking about? Like, oh, you're telling me it's not a real place? It came to her while she was waiting for a delayed train at King's Cross Station in London. According to her, she saw a Hogwart plant in a garden and liked the name. And it fits. It doesn't have a direct meaning within the book. Rather, it's a unique and memorable name that contributes to the magical, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what is... I don't know what a Hogwart plant is. Am I stupid? Is this like a Brit thing that I don't know about? This is called a Hogwart. Okay. It's pretty. It's pretty. I'll give him that. So I guess that's where the name comes from. It's not like a wart on a hog. It's this plant. Maybe you say that this grows around like the grounds. I don't know how else you would say it, but apparently that's what Hogwarts is referring to, because it's a hogwart plant. It's not actual, like, I always thought it was like actual hogs with warts on them, but I guess not. The more you know. Dude, ChatGPT 4 has been so useful. I had like a family member over Christmas. They just casually started describing like all of these conspiracy theories, like very confidently. And this is somebody like I love spending time with. They're super funny, but they have a tendency to fall into these rabbit holes of like, I saw a random TikTok video, therefore it's true, right? And so he just starts going off about how Tom Hanks is a well-known PDF file, and it's super well known and everybody knows this, and you know, he and Epstein were actually basically brothers, and like all of this crazy stuff that I was like, hold on, we went 0 to 60 on this. So I just pulled up ChatGPT and I had it check it, and it's like, oh no, all of these claims go back to like QAnon supporters in not even 4, I think it was like 8chan or something. I don't even know what it was. But it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. And then after that, you know, we kind of joked about it. He's not like so down the rabbit hole that he's like, no, it's still true. That's just propaganda. He's like, oh, well, I guess I was wrong. You know, so good for him that he kind of can, doesn't hold on to it too hard. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Down the rabbit hole we go. Yeah. Luke, you need to talk about some smart people in your family because I'm sure they exist. Well, one of the guys I talked to actually at Christmas is sort of, to keep things vague, he's sort of a new addition to the family dynamic and group, but he has a fascinating background. And he, we just casually asked him, like, what line of work are you in? What are you doing for work? And he goes into like how he's working on selling, I think he called it like crystal lithography to different brands for asset protection. Basically what he does is like he has this system that he and his company have built, which laser engraves three-dimensional symbols or logos or text or numbers, whatever, into glass. And then it's so expensive to get the machinery to do it, counterfeiters can't do it. So like they're shopping it around, trying to sell it to like eyeglass companies, to like Oakley, to different medical devices and stuff. And then they're going to try to sell it to them because it's so expensive just to get it done that counterfeiters won't even bother. And it's impossible to like do a half-assed fake. So I was like, that is freaking fascinating. Who would have thought like that's the thing? But and this is a person that is like very, very successful. And this is just his latest project. Like he's just one of those guys that builds a company, sells it for a crap ton of money, and then figures out what his next interest is and builds a huge company around that, and then builds it till it's successful and then sells it and moves on to the next thing. Like he just bounces from thing to thing to thing, and he's really good at it. So that guy was really fascinating, just crazy cool to talk to. Let me pop over here real quick. Thank you also to Sam for becoming a member. Welcome. And Zero Russian, thank you for the $4.99. Luke, give me a late Xmas present and do a DSP impression and e-big the chat. I just want to see what that would look like for a laugh. Hold on, I need to see what the words were. What was it? The clip that went viral on Livestream Fails. It was like after he got, I think it was that he had gotten gifted 100 memberships, and then he got up and started like begging right after that, and everybody, it went viral on Livestream Fails. Where was it? Oh man, I can't find it. But yeah, it was a whole thing. It was super funny. I don't know, man. Maybe if I just Google Livestream Fails. But yeah, that one was tough. Oh, was it? I think this is it. Is the clip still there? No, I bet he scrubbed it. Yeah, he scrubbed it. Does anyone have a mirror? No, they don't. He deleted it. I can't say I blame him, but man, that sucks. Well, basically it was like a whole thing where he's like, he gets gifted 100 memberships or something. So it's like $400 worth of gifted memberships. And then right after that happens, he just turns to the camera. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that you shouldn't stop tipping me and sending me PayPal donations, because that's my liquidity in my business. And I need that liquidity. Oh, this was also funny. Apparently he spent $1,800 on Christmas Eve on WWE Champions, the mobile game he's addicted to. I guess the Google overlords have started listening in on us because we talk about DSP a lot. I also Google it a lot, so that's probably why. But yeah, it started recommending me duty streams and stuff. But yeah, it's just funny. Like, man, all of the other big whales in WWE Champions apparently had better things to do on Christmas Eve, but then DSP just sits on his phone all of Christmas Eve and is just playing this mobile game and spending $1,800. Like, what? You want to see what? Hold on, then I'll move on. I'll read the other ones, the other super chats and stuff, because you guys are already popping off. I don't know what I did. Is it the shirt? I bet it's the shirt. But one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever seen, compilation, is that like DSP has a thing where he calls his wife his mom like a lot. A lot. And it's really, really uncomfortable. Because, like, that's not just, maybe it happens once, it's a Freudian slip, or maybe it's not a Freudian slip. It happens once, it's just like, oh, tongue-tied, whatever. He says it like a lot. Okay, just watch this.
But I ate a ton of food for dinner. My mom, oh my God, my wife, not my mom. Why I said that. I'm sure I could try to find a way to recondition my body, but it's so weird. Like, I wake up in the morning, I wake up in the morning, and Kat is like, "Are you hungry for breakfast? What's for dinner tonight?" I believe we're having a baked chicken. Or my wife's.
It's
custom,
so weird, dude.
Custom homemade bake. You guys love saying custom. Oh, yesterday I had curry. My wife made a Japanese curry, and it was quite good, Japanese style.
Is that not freaking weird? And this is from 2 years ago. He just got in trouble because he did it another like 3 or 4 times in the last few weeks. And his response was, yeah, when you get a little older, you just start to get tongue-tied more. It's like, bro, I don't think I've ever called my wife my mom. Like, if I have, you guys have permission to clip it and make fun of me. But man, that's weird, is it not? Like, is that not really weird? But yeah, oh man, it makes me actually really, really uncomfortable. A lot of people think it's part of the conspiracy theory. They think that it's a sign that DSP's actually been divorced for a while, or they've been separated a while, because nobody has seen his wife in like 2-3 years on camera officially. So people think that she might have run off, and that his mom is the one that's like sending him meals, and that is like sending tips and donating. A lot of people actually think that a good number of the anonymous tippers and stuff that keep his lifestyle up are actually his parents just sending him money covertly, which I would actually totally believe, because who on earth is sending that guy? This year he'll probably make $80,000-$90,000. Last year he made like $120,000. Like, he makes very good money. He spends about half of it on a mobile game, but he makes very good money for somebody that has like basically no audience except for haters. It's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, enough of enough of that. It's fine if you call your wife mom as long as your children are present there so they know you're talking to. Yeah, that's one thing. I don't know, man. It's just, it makes me so uncomfortable when he's just casually like, yeah, my mom made me up. My wife. Like, those are not the same thing. What in your brain is connecting those two concepts, that your wife, who supposedly like you're intimate with and you have a romantic relationship with, and your mother, what makes that overlap in your brain? Like, it gets really weird. Oh, your water heater broke. Oh, that blows, dude. I say be connected. You're damn right. Yeah, we've had crazy wind here, like gusts up to 60, 70 miles an hour, and it broke my damn fence. One of the fences. The others, for whatever reason, are fine, but one of the fences is now like kind of split right at the post and is off by maybe 10 degrees. It's leaning. So I don't know what like the steps are, because the people that live next door are renting their house. So we have to find a way to get a hold of the landlord. And then there's also like requirements from the HOA that the fence has to be of a particular style. So there's just a lot of like little hoops we have to jump through before I can fix it. I think I'm just going to go out there with a 2x4, slap it on to at least make it not bow in the middle, you know, and keep it a little more firm, because they're probably gonna have to tear that down and then redo the posts, because I don't think they've been replaced in the last 20 years. So I don't know. I did see the Tesla thing. Apparently that's from 2021, and it like was describing it as like really horrific, but apparently it was like 2021, so years ago. And then also like it was just a super early prototype of the robot that basically all it did was grab something and move it, grab something and move it, grab something and move it. And then the engineer was in that space, so the robot grabbed it and moved it and like cut into his skin and his back and everything. And so it sounds really sensational because it's like, oh, the Terminator army is rising and it's all terrible, when it's like I don't know, if you're working in an industrial space and you put yourself in range of a machine that is programmed to just do this repetitive task, whether it looks like a human or if it's a gigantic claw or if it's one of those pounding things for metal, like whatever. Can you tell I've never worked in a as a blacksmith or anything? A pounding thing for metal, like, you're gonna get hurt. It just, that's how it is. Never will I live under an HOA. I will say one of the things that's been nice about the HOA is that they repair the streets super freaking quick. If we have a pothole, it's fixed by the end of the week. Like, they instantaneously fix it. And they also, like, if you ever have any disputes or anything with neighbors, they basically handle it so you don't have to be the bad guy, which is really nice. Because we had a neighbor that was parking in front of a nearby fire hydrant, and we're like, we don't have a problem with that, but it's just like, it was kind of bugging me and my OCD, and I didn't even call it in. I didn't do anything. The HOA just happened to come by, and they do whatever weekly inspections, and they saw that this guy had started parking his pickup truck in front of the fire hydrant, which is a hazard because if there's a fire, they need access to it. So they had to move his truck. And like, that's just something, it could have created resentment or tension within the neighborhood, and maybe for him it still is, but it just resolved it. Like, they just come in and they establish the rules and everybody plays by them, and it's honestly nice. HOA is a homeowners association. So some neighborhoods, you buy a house and then the neighborhood is governed by an HOA that you pay fees to. Like, I just got my fee letter. So I have to pay like $700 for 2024. But you pay the fees, and then they use those fees to like maintain parks, or if there's a neighborhood pool, they'll maintain that, and they'll bring whatever, like road repair teams out to do that. They will maintain local or like community fences. Some of the fences in the neighborhood they will pay to fix if they break down. So there's a whole bunch of things. Yeah, no, there's a lot. I will say that there's like a huge splash pad, a massive like football field size park and dog park and everything. Like, we have a lot of very nice amenities. So it's money that's going somewhere, at the very least. And it retains house value. Apparently our neighborhood is considered like the nicest in the city, which I didn't realize until after we got the house, which maybe I should have known before. But apparently our neighborhood is considered like a very, very nice part of the city, primarily because of the HOA, like having very strict standards. Growly, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let's see, where are we? Let's see, is there a Russian? Oh, I saw that. Jade, thank you for the 3 months, Mary. Yes, I did have a Merry Christmas. I did. Hopefully you did too. Disco Cobra, $20. Thank you, my friend. Jeez.
That's most definitely what's up.
You're damn right. Hey, Luke, I've asked this before, but I forgot what you said. What kind of battery backup or power bank do you use for your PC and everything? I want to invest in something for power outage. I do have a generator in my garage. I use, it's just called a UPS. None of them are like this elaborate. Mine looks, I think it's a Cyber Power. Mine's probably the older version of this. So I have one of these. I need to get a second one, because like we had that power outage on stream a week or two ago, and the gaming PC was fine, but the streaming PC shut down for some reason, which is the opposite of what should have happened. So I have to get another one to do this. And they're not that expensive, especially when you consider that it's also basically a massive surge protector that's going to be protecting all your stuff. And one thing people don't know about, and I learned this when I was selling nice home theaters and stuff, from an electrical engineer that came in and was helping us set up speakers. Apparently surge protectors go bad like relatively quickly. You're not supposed to use a surge protector for more than like 5 years at the max, because they whittle down. It's kind of like a brake pad. It absorbs the blow of a lot of electrical surges and stuff. But over time, it becomes less effective at doing that. And after like 5 years, it's basically useless. So if you have any like really, really bad dirty power, it's just not going to do much of anything. Could have, you could have your computer just not turn on one day because it fried it, or your TV just stop turning on, and it's because the surge protector fried. So we recommended people, if they did not live in Colorado, to replace their surge protectors every 5 years. But if you do live in Colorado, like I do, apparently it's like every 3 years, because Colorado has notoriously really dirty energy, which is weird. Who knew, right? Granted, we stood to benefit because we were selling the surge protectors, so I guess, take it with a grain of salt, but what are you gonna do? Mine is super old, that's no good. I just recommend like swapping it out, because it will become less powerful and less effective at absorbing surges over time. It'll still work as like a power strip, so that's not a huge problem if you're using it primarily for that. But if you can afford a surge protector, I always recommend it, because the surge protector costs you $20 or $10 or wherever you get it, and then it flips the breaker inside it if it's like a lightning strike near your house and it goes through the phone lines or whatever, and it ends up like warping to that surge protector. It'll melt the surge protector and fry it, but your computer should be fine. It should be fine. That's at least the theory. And the really nice surge protectors, they have like $500,000 insurance policies on them. So if there's a lightning strike and your stuff gets fried, they pay for it. So like what we would sell are things called Panamax. And these things, like this is the one I have for my home theater stuff upstairs. And this thing has like, I think it's a $1 million insurance policy on it. So if this thing fries, it's okay. Like this thing fries, they'll replace it. And if you have damage to the rest of your equipment downline, so everything that's plugged into it, they'll pay for all of that equipment, which is very nice. What devices do you recommend using a surge protector for? Pretty much anything. Probably the most important would be like speakers are the first thing. Anything that has nicer audio, because that stuff's super delicate, and if a surge protector or surge hits it, it can permanently damage the internals. So it's just not. It's not a good fit. It's dangerous. So, let's see. Oh, AC red. I guess we can talk about that here in a little bit. Yeah, and Sasha, that's a very good point. Also, UPSs, they'll start beeping frantically if there's a power outage. And the reason they do that is because it's meant to tell you, hey, the power's out, fix this. And so it's not really designed for you to like operate long term while the power is out. So you're absolutely right. It's more meant to keep it on until you can turn it off. And some of them have the ability to connect through like USB to your PC. And then basically you can tell it, hey, when the power goes out, send this signal to my computer and turn it off. And some of the nicer UPS backups will do it. So they'll automatically turn it off even if you're not present, which for me is very nice because I have a bunch of like server stuff. So even while I'm not here in the state or I'm traveling or something, if there's a power outage, it'll shut my server down without me having to stress about it, which is very, very comforting and very nice just to not have to worry about that. Okay. This, definitely close that. Close that. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, Frosty. Glad to have another Coloradan in here. Let's see. Let's catch up on the rest of these. Nate, thank you also for the $2.99. Hey, look, have you seen recent Starfield reviews? Yeah, we're going to kind of talk about that here in a little bit. Because it's very interesting to me, so we'll touch on that. And Rango, could any game take Game of the Year from GTA 6, like if Elder Scrolls 6 actually released in 2025 or The Witcher 4? Honestly, I know it's just an assumption to say that it'll win. But the thing is, people also said, what could possibly beat Red Dead Redemption 2 when that launches? And it didn't win Game of the Year at the Game Awards. So it's possible that it's not actually a given. It's a flawed assumption, so that very well could be the case. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. 2025 is probably going to be pretty stacked. So it'll be compelling. Like, the thing with GTA and other Rockstar games is just that they are very, very good at making those games, but they're also precisely the games that people expect them to be. And that's great because people expect them to be amazing, but it's not always that same feeling of raw excitement. Like when we all played Elden Ring and it's like, oh my God, like I was expecting it to be pretty good, but this is like a whole new genre of what they've been doing. This is crazy. And that excitement is something that I personally didn't really feel in the same way as with Red Dead, where, you know, Red Dead was an amazing game that I've been replaying it recently. I love it dearly, but it was also Red Dead Redemption 2. Like there was nothing really transformational about it other than that they had turned all the knobs up from the base game or from the original game. And it's still an amazing game. And honestly, in hindsight, I feel like Red Dead 2 has more staying power. And maybe that's just because God of War Ragnarok was so good that it kind of made God of War 2018 feel like a demo. But I feel like Red Dead 2 really has stood on its own very, very well. Very, very well. I do not have any knowledge or info on Avatar sales numbers. I don't think they've released anything yet. So, I don't think so. Cope, good to see you. Look at my boy. How goes it? It goes good. It goes good. I use battery backups. The batteries don't last 5 years anyway, and I've had mixed success replacing batteries in them. I want to know, this is a long shot. Does anybody in chat have one of those Tesla battery walls? Have you guys heard of those? Because I had a friend that did have it. Yeah, power wall. That's what they call them. It's like, it goes from the solar panels or however else you want to charge it up, but it's just like a massive battery for your house, and then it can power your house while you're away. The other huge one that they have is the Mega Pack, which, shocker, this thing's probably out of most people's price range. Probably a little bit out. Yeah, 3.9 megawatt hours per unit. It's ridiculous. That's just silly, man. That's ridiculous. Oh, baby. But yeah, that's probably not that practical. But look at those battery banks, dude. Look at all those. It's wild. Yeah, microgrid, disconnect from the main power grid. Yeah, that's some like billionaire stuff to use in your private estate. Or more likely, I mean, most of the time it's for like, you know, power plants or big companies and stuff. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that huge Amazon warehouse they're building near my house, if they're putting in stuff like that so that they can still be operational even if power drops. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Honestly, God of War 2 is insane, or God of War was insane, but Red Dead 2 should have won. What a technical and narrative marvel. Yeah, I think it was just, I remember back then what I said about it was that I thought it was an amazing game. That Red Dead 2, I mean, an amazing game that was precisely as amazing as I expected it to be, which was very amazing. But for people that were like hoping that it would be a huge evolution, I just don't think it really was that. But still great. I think what I basically said back at the time was that I thought God of War took way more risks, and I thought that should be rewarded because they basically reinvented an entire franchise. And so we were dealing with two amazing games. One reinvented a franchise and was super kind of innovative, and the other was a very amazing game that kind of followed the trend of what you would expect them to do. And I just decided to give it to the innovative, crazy thing that was very surprising and took more risks. So whether I was right to do that or not. Now looking back, I kind of wish I had given it to Red Dead 2 because I think it's aged a lot better, but they're both amazing games. Let's be honest. And also, Scare Crowns. Thank you. Ooh, baby, 2 months. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you. Yeah. Luke, after seeing Avatar's mixed reviews, are you looking forward to AC Red? Oh yeah. No, like Avatar, I think was a game born out of a little bit of development hell. There's a lot of signs and like things that kind of point to that. There's a lot of parts of that game that feel like they were designed 6 years ago, and then a lot of other parts that are like hyper modern. Like the graphics and the density of the foliage and all that is ridiculous. And don't trust me, like go watch Digital Foundry's breakdown of it. It's ridiculous what they're able to do in that game. It is crazy good. However, at the same time, the core gameplay, it feels like, was primarily ideated 5-6 years ago. And I mentioned this in my early access coverage of the game when I got to go try it. Hearing the gameplay director describe the core mechanic of the game to be the cooking system, but then the only payoff for cooking were passive stat bonuses and stuff that weren't really tangible or noticeable, like increased stealth damage or a 10% boost to this type of damage output with this type of ammo. Like that's just not very satisfying to work your ass off to get these food items crafted and cooked, and then to use it and then be like, okay, now in theory, the dice rolls and stuff that happen behind the scenes in the code of the game, those will be more favorable now. It's just not that fun compared to like, oh, now I can jump twice as high or something. There's also little quirks like the fact that there's no melee weapons and stuff. That seems to me to be a total oversight. Really freaking weird. Similar to like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, where everything is based around guns and there's no real melee options, even for like whatever his name is, King Shark or whatever. That's really freaking weird to me, and it just, I know that they have like a melee attack and like he jumps and can slam and stuff. We've seen that in the videos, but like you're not able to make a melee loadout. It's like a shooter, even for characters that should be able to do melee stuff, So it's just I think they did the best they could, but I think the collaboration with Lightstorm probably made it really difficult to make the game that they needed to make for it to be the most fun. And I think it really caused a lot of delays and stuff that they weren't able to really talk about. But I got the vibe when they're like trying to spin it as a positive thing. Oh yeah, whenever we wanted to do any type of new character, new enemy type, we would send Lightstorm an idea, and then a couple days later we'd hear back and we'd get some maybe concept art, and then we'd pitch concept art and they'd pick what they liked, and then we'd go back and forth, and then they would evaluate it, and then it would have to get approved by the executives at Lightstorm to make sure it fit within the lore, and they go through all of this. And like at the end of it, you're like, okay, so you just described like a month-long process to add like a grunt that has a melee weapon. And it seems like it shouldn't take a month just to get a thumbs up to do that. Whereas in a typical game, they could just be like, yeah, we need a melee guy. Go start working on it. And then put it in. Like, let's get the ball rolling. Like it delayed even those green lights to start working on it, delayed it by like a month. And so all of a sudden it makes a lot of sense why it took 6-7 years to get it out the door. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. I read that one. Scuba Loomis, also thank you for the 5. Red M is single-handedly carrying the RDR online community. It's an amazing piece of software. I have tried Red Dead Online, and parts of it I think could be really, really fun, but other parts are just really toxic. And like the very first time, and I made that video a while back where I tried it, and right off the bat, I get approached by, or maybe we were streaming and I put it in the video, I forget. But basically within like 5 minutes of booting it up, another player had come in and had just dropped a ton of legendary items. And it was all just like hacked and stolen stuff. And he had gotten it through cheating. And then somebody casually mentioned like, oh, that's actually how they get people banned. They actually give you legendary items, and like you're just expected to take it, and then Rockstar will automatically scan through players' inventories. They'll spot like that you have 15 legendary whatever alligator skins and carcasses in your inventory, even though you're a level 1 player, and then they ban you. It's like, man, that would suck. So it's the same thing trying to play GTA Online in public lobbies. Like, I just don't think it's viable. I've tried. It's not that the game isn't fun. It's just that it's such a headache to have to deal with that. You know, I just don't know if I have the strength. I don't know if I have the strength. But yeah. Okay. I can close that. Close that. Okay. There we go. Okay. I have so many damn tabs open. What happened? What happened, man? Yeah, RedM is the mod app. Yeah. Oh, RedM is like a mod for a different kind of online. RedM. Oh, is it like the RP? Oh, it's like the role play system. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I'll be honest, I'm a little baffled by GTA roleplay as well. Like the fact that people get on there and like will just drive around, and then other players will roleplay as cops pulling them over and giving them tickets. That's so funny to me. That's so funny to me. It's just crazy. The CoffeeZilla video is pretty insane. Really? I just Googled it, and it's like they're a bunch of YouTubers partnered with a shady company, I guess. I've not seen it, so I don't know what it's about. But yeah, I just it's really tough, I think, nowadays in the flood of sponsorships and stuff that might come along to know the full backstories of every single one. Like, you can try to vet them if they're a well-known company. Like, that can really help. But it's just like, yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, really? Joy? You feature my comment in a short and took me out of context. Really? What was the short? Because of course I'd like to know how I took you out of context, and I mean, or how me and my team, because I don't cut the shorts myself, but if there's something that we can help with, I'd love to help. But I just don't really know. Oh, GTA being, is it that one? Oh, I'm sorry if it made it sound like I was saying you said that. I thought in the short I just read the comment. I think what it might be is sometimes I will be like, I'll say you, but I'm like, yeah, and some people might think that, you know, GTA 6 is going to be woke garbage. And if you think that, then you're being like, I might say it like that. And so I could see how that could come off that way. In which case, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say, I think it was this one. Let's see what Luke said in the past. Are you concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage? Look who it is. I know that guy. Garbage, aren't you? Or people are concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage. Activision Are you concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage, are you? Or people are concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage? I see no evidence that it's gonna be woke garbage. For one, I don't even really know what that means. If that means like the Tim Pool thing where he was like, I don't want to play GTA 6 because there's gonna be a woman playable character. He's like, it's unrealistic because women can't beat up men. I'm like, for one, that's not true. Have you met Amanda Nunez? Have you watched any of her fights? She kicked my ass. So one, that's kind of silly. And then two, like you're talking about a video game. A video game in which you can pull RPGs out of your actual ass crack and then storm into an airport and steal a Boeing 747 like it's nothing and then just take off and fly away. We're not really talking about realism here. If people are already throwing fits, I think that they're just looking to be upset about something. And guess what? All those people are gonna buy the game anyways. Don't buy into it. They're just going for rage bait clicks. Are you concerned about GT? I don't think I was saying that you thought that. Because, I mean, you were just asking me my opinion. I don't think I said that you thought that or that you were saying that. If it came off that way, I'm sorry. I didn't think that it came off that way. Active. But yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The whole thing. I just think like nowadays everybody like those types that get upset about that stuff, which I'm not saying is you, they just get like I don't know if it's contrarianism. I don't know if it's just that it makes them feel really special to be upset about stuff, but it's just weird to me that anytime anything cool happens, they have to take the opposite position. And like my family did it when I was growing up, where it was like Harry Potter was actually, and this was the conspiracy theory, Harry Potter was actually a grand conspiracy to desensitize children into using black magic so that the devil could corrupt them. Like that's what they openly taught and thought about Harry Potter. Same with like Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons, because like you play and can fight magical creatures and stuff. So like it's just anything that's cool and fun that everybody unanimously agrees looks awesome. They come along and are like, no, it's actually sucks and it's actually bad for these political reasons and this and this. And it's like, what are we doing? Like what, you don't have to be upset about every little bitty thing. Like, and I've got family that still will do that, where there's something that everybody agrees on and then all of a sudden they get upset about. I agree that like by some definitions, depending on how you use it, woke garbage, like the South Park thing where they're like, you know, what is this movie good? Is the story compelling? No, just put like the Ghostbusters remake or reboot, whatever that was called. Like that thing was just a bad movie that wasn't very funny. And the whole premise was that it's Ghostbusters, but with like female comedians. It's like, you need a little bit more than that to make a movie funny and successful. Like, I'm sorry, you just do. And then to call you like sexist if you didn't like the movie was what was really, really cringe about it. Cause it's like, no, I just didn't like the movie, guys. Like that's really all it is. It's just what it is. Or like, you know, people were saying that you were sexist if you did not go see the latest what is his name? The Jason Momoa movie. How on earth am I blanking on this name? Aquaman. I was like, Waterman. Water dude. People were saying you were sexist if you didn't go see that because Amber Heard, I guess, is in it. And I was like, honestly, for one, I'm just sick of superhero movies. And two, like, yeah, I'm not super into Amber Turd. Like, shocker. I'm just like, if I already don't care that much about a movie, what am I going to do? Like, why would I go and do that? It just doesn't make sense. If I already am not interested in the game or in the movie, that's not going to change it. What would change it is if Brendan Fraser was in it. I will say Brendan Fraser, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because I grew up watching like George of the Jungle and Blast from the Past and some of those movies. But man, I'll tell you what. If Brendan Fraser's in a movie, I'm much, much more likely to go and see it, even if I'm not like that interested in the film. If he's in it, I'm like, okay, I could actually go check it out. Same with that guy that starred in Peaky Blinders and Oppenheimer. What is his name? I always forget his name. I don't know why I struggle so much to remember that poor actor's name, but every single time I like totally space it. Cillian Murphy. That's it. Yeah, I love like everything he does. So if he's in a movie, I'm much more likely to go see it. Partially because he kind of looks like an alien. Like, doesn't he just look like he holds the secrets to the universe, but isn't going to tell you because you don't deserve to know? That's him. That's him. That's him. Also, if you have not seen Peaky Blinders, go watch Peaky Blinders. It's amazing. Okay. Okay. Hey, Skeptical Luke, do you think Spider-Man 2 is really the best work of Insomniac, and especially in case of the narrative part? Do I think it's their best narrative work? I'm trying to think of what other narratives they've done. I don't think they're a very narrative heavy studio, but I would say definitely that I think Spider-Man the original was way better than Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was painfully predictable. Like, I've mentioned it before, but I was taking notes on the game for review and everything, and within the first whatever it was, half hour, 45 minutes, like I knew, okay, the final boss fight I think is going to happen here, and it's going to finish with you going in here using this thing to blow up Venom and blah blah blah. Like I just put my whole prediction after 45 minutes in the game, or an hour, or whatever it was, and because it was so painfully and clearly telegraphed for no reason. Like they didn't really need to do it. They just did it because I guess they think their audience is stupid, or like they just thought that, I don't know. It was just really weird, but it made me check out of the story, honestly, because every time something was about to happen, I was like, oh, I bet this is going to happen. And then sure enough, that's exactly what happens. It was just frustrating. It's really hard to get really invested in a story, to like look forward to where the twists and turns are going to happen, and then for everything to just be exactly the way you thought it was going to be. It's just kind of like frustrating. Norepinephrine. I don't remember what norepinephrine is. What is that? A neurotransmitter or a hormone or endormone. It plays in the fight or flight response as a medication. It's used to increase, maintain blood pressure. Do we have any norepinephrine? Okay, so I I don't understand. Anyway, or interesting information about Suicide Squad? No, nothing else. They're gonna probably crank up the marketing as we get closer and more into January. I would guess probably first or second week of January, we'll start to see a flood of new trailers and behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, I think that we'll probably start to see a lot more. That's a game where I honestly think it's probably going to be one of these things that a lot of people start with, and it might be like a Diablo 2 situation or a Diablo 4 situation. It might also be very similar to Starfield in that I think a lot of people are going to buy it day one, are going to play it, and I think it's going to die out very quickly. Because again, it's a live service game. If you're not playing that thing for years, it's considered a failure. And I have not seen anything that makes me think this is going to be a game that I'm going to be, or many people are going to be booting up constantly to play like that. You know, I just haven't seen that yet. Maybe they'll show it, but like even the reveal of vehicles, which was something I was really excited about, where they're like, yeah, you're going to have characters that can actually help with maintaining and adding weaponry and stuff to the vans and cars that you can drive around. And I was like, ooh, that's super cool. We haven't seen that. And then in this latest reveal, they showed it, and it's just like a little power up, basically, where you call it in, you hop it in, and it's just like a big tank or a machine gun platform for you to hop into. And then it wears off, and then you hop out and you keep swinging around and shooting. Like, I think it's going to get so old so quickly. I think it's going to be, you know, beautiful. I think graphically it'll be really top notch, but I just haven't seen anything where I'm like, how do I keep playing this for months and months and months? Like, I'll play through the campaign, which is probably 15, 20 hours. I'll finish it, and then I'm probably never touching it again, which again, for a live service game, is like the worst thing you could possibly say. Like, if you told Destiny 2's creators, yeah, I'm going to play the expansion and then not touch it again. They don't want that. They don't want that. Got to grind that battle pass, though. If they had a Peter Griffin skin for like King Shark, okay, we're doing that. We're doing that, but otherwise I'm not that interested. Gonna be honest. I just finished Callisto Protocol, I'm assuming, with the DLC and trophies and everything. Do you know why I got so much hate. I really enjoyed it. Part of it was that I think it was overhyped. Two, I think it launched with some performance issues that really made it easy to hate. And like, here's the thing, unfortunately, is that the one thing gamers love more than a good game is a game that's very bad, that is like obviously bad, that they can make fun of and poke fun at and tease, and that they can whittle down into some memes. Like, that's why Starfield kind of started with a lot of positive reception from core fans that were really diehard. And as time went on, it became more and more clear the problems, and it wasn't really defensible. So then the whole thing becomes a meme, and everybody starts joking about it. Like, let me see if I can find. There was the one tweet that was just freaking savage. It's gonna make me do this. Hold on, I have to do two-factor authentication. Where is it? Okay. I think it was the Game Awards. They sent out a picture. Yeah, this. They sent out a picture. Game director Todd Howard from Bethesda Studios arrives at this year's Game Awards. This was posted December 23rd, like 2 weeks after the event. What's the top response? Well, hold on. It was a quote tweet, I believe. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, please hold. Maybe it'll pull up this way. The core post was well liked and received, but there was a quote tweet that went viral for it. Where is it? Hold on. Game Awards. It was like loaded in. I know this is really compelling content right now. Nope. Okay. Maybe if we just go back to the post, there's a way to just look at the quote tweets. Does anyone know? I'm not an expert tweeter. Oh man. Yeah, I don't see it. Anyway, it was a comment. I think it was a quote tweet. Because it was somebody, it was like super hella viral. It had like 20,000 likes on it. Maybe similar posts. Yeah, I don't see it. Man, well, you guys know what I'm talking about. Basically, somebody quote tweeted it, as far as I remember. And quote tweeted the post of him being here. It's a post that's 2 weeks late. For some reason, they sent it out. And then the comment was just, bro's been loading in all this time. And it was really great because, again, it encapsulates perfectly the frustrations people had with Starfield. Is that, oh, it's a load screen simulator at the end of the day. There's just so many constantly gating off the player's enjoyment. And that's what players love. Players love to have that little bitty thing that they can point to that's like, yeah, that's why it sucks. And, you know, with Gollum, it's really easy. Oh, the game looks horrible, so we can look at it, and it's horrible. Oh, yeah, maybe I did bookmark it. That's a good point. Did I bookmark it? Because it was pretty funny. I might have also just liked it. You know, it just perfectly encapsulates exactly the frustrations people had, and people love to have those little things that they can point to that perfectly describes their annoyances. And I think it's just the thing people love. I guess I didn't like it either. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh well. You'll just have to take my word for it. You'll just have to trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Man. Maddie's video on how to fix Bethesda. Oh, I actually have that pulled up because we have had a video in production that I've been waiting to publish until the end of December. That was called, I wonder if I can actually show you without leaking sponsor info. Hold on. I guess I can do this. I'll just screen cap. And yeah, I mean, I can show you this. Shocker, I'm gonna need to pull up MS Paint to post it in. Paste. Come on. There we go. So like we've had this video in production for a while and just been sitting on it because this is like through our program we use to manage all of our video projects and schedule stuff and deadlines and send stuff for reviews, and when I approve it, when I send notes back to Jacob or Trevor or whoever's cutting it together. So like this is our big production program that we use. And one of the videos I've had in the pipeline for actually technically tomorrow or Friday was how would I fix Starfield. I was supposed to film it yesterday, but I was a naughty boy and didn't actually film it. So I have to film it today. But yeah, I've been working on this video and I've had it prepped to film. And then I find out that Maddie has put out a video that's how to fix Bethesda, which is similar-ish, which I find interesting. You know, it's just funny that, you know, sometimes you do just have similar concepts and ideas. I guess his is taking the approach of mainly how to fix Bethesda game studios. And he says it's Skyrim. Okay, so he made another video how Skyrim ruined Bethesda. That's interesting. I don't know how they would have ruined it, but I guess that's the point of the video. But yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. YouTube or behind the scenes thing. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there's a whole process to it. People think that like we just sit around playing games all day, and maybe some creators do, but I do not. We keep quite busy. Unfortunately. Here's the damn tweet. X's search is terrible, but Google finds it instantly. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So like the original post, people were making fun of it a little bit. This person quote tweets it, just says, bro was in the loading screen for 2 weeks because they posted it on December 23rd. 2 weeks after the events. And it goes like very viral. I mean, 23,000 likes. Like people thought it was hilarious. But it's just because like this perfectly encapsulates the frustrations with Starfield. And I think initially right at launch, it was easy for people to just play it and be like, no, you kind of tune it out, whatever. But after you play 100 hours, which a lot of the core fans of Bethesda were going to do and did do with Starfield, it just becomes so monotonous and tedious. And I just find it fascinating because I have to think that they figured out pretty early on in development that this was a frustration. Like that this got really, really boring and old as time went on and as you played it more and more. Because bear in mind, these guys play the game day in, day out for like years as they're working on it, as it's taking form and finalizing. So they knew that those load screens were super annoying. They probably were used to it in full force. You know, there's no doubt about that. But they had to know that this was not ideal. That this was pretty rough, but I think they were in too deep and it was too late to fix it. But that's what's going to be really telling. If we have tons of load screens in the Elder Scrolls 6, that at that point, I just don't know how anybody could possibly defend them. Like at that point, I think BGS starts to look a lot more like Ubisoft in the public eye. I think a lot of people will just stop taking them very seriously, unfortunately for them, because they're very capable. But I just think that at that point, there's going to be a lot of difficulty looking the other way, basically, because it's like, guys, come on. Oh yeah, the leaks. I guess we can also talk about those. And discuss that. So I guess we can go through that. Okay. Honest conference video, but this time with Bethesda future games. Well, I actually the guy that does that unscripted, he actually did do another video on the Game of the Year awards, so we'll check that out. He's a viewer, fan of the channel. I'm a very big fan of his channel as well, so we'll check that out because it's awesome. But I guess let's see Maddie's suggestion. Okay, let me catch up on these super chats and stuff real quick. Scuba, yeah, Redem is the framework to allow you to make fully customized and modded servers. Yeah, as long as that's up and running, that's fantastic, and that's basically going to be the difference. And I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. I hope that they do not send like cease and desist letters, because that I think would be the only way to keep that viable, I think. And then Rango, make a very early 2024 Game of the Year prediction. I mean, the easiest, well, maybe not the easiest. Oh man, a Game of the Year prediction for 2024. What do I think comes out and just clutches it? I mean, a lot of people are probably going to be saying that the Elden Ring DLC should get it, but if we didn't give Phantom Liberty a nod for Game of the Year, even though it's an expansion, I don't think you can give it to Elden Ring's DLC. I mean, what all has been announced? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that probably gets a nod. Dragon's Dogma 2 probably gets a nod. Skull and Bones, definitely. Hellblade, I'm worried about Hellblade, honestly, after the latest trailers. It looks graphically pretty good, but it's taken so long to get out, and it looks like the combat is the same as last time, which was pretty bare bones. So that worries me. But who knows? I guess time will tell. But that one I'm more concerned about. Black Myth, I could see that getting a nod. So maybe we say like Final Fantasy VII and out of all the others, I would love for AC Red to get nominated, but I mean, let's be honest, Ubisoft getting nominations is fairly rare. I guess Odyssey did get nominated, so I guess we could say that. Alone in the Dark, Europa Never Dark, Black Myth, Space Marine 2, baby. No, it's probably not. Yeah, Saber doesn't have a great track record with that, but I'm excited for that one. Then I'm an ocean of games that aren't linked. Little Nightmares 3. I mean, honestly, at this point, the easy layup prediction, I do think there's going to be stuff announced that they drop the same year. So, like, the easiest one to say is that it probably goes to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Maybe that changes. Maybe something comes along and totally surprises us. That's what I would love to happen, but that's kind of what I'm expecting to be the front runner. Dragon's Dogma 2, I do think will be popular and people will like it. But as for whether it breaks into like super mainstream, I'm not sure. Little Nightmares 3, yeah, it's being made by a different team though, isn't it? It's being made by Supermassive, I think. So that's gonna be interesting. I don't know. That one I'm curious about too. Ooh, little belly showing for you. Watch out, Boogie. I'm gonna come for your I'm taking his strategy for Twitch. Okay. Let's check out Maddie's thing and see what he's got to say about fixing Bethesda for, Jacob, new segment. So Maddie, long-term friend of the channel. I've watched his stuff since I was like actually 13, 14 years old, probably. No, probably not that young. Probably 15, 16 years old. But I've been watching Maddie forever. And he, of course, you know, his audience is primarily based around Bethesda, and that's kind of where he got his start. And that makes it kind of difficult, I feel, for him to talk about Starfield or Bethesda's problems without facing a little bit of blowback. He's done very well at approaching those issues with the audience that might not like to hear about those problems, because pretty clearly there are problems. There are problems. And I think at this point, it's really impossible to ignore the problems. Even if you go onto the Starfield subreddit, there's not a whole lot of people pretending that it is the game they thought it was going to be, that it is as good as they were hoping it would be. This most recent post, 800 upvotes, replaying Fallout 4 makes me realize how lacking Starfield feels. Like, that's intense. Hot take: to allow one character everything, they dropped the ball hard. Someone said the writing in Starfield is bad. I disagree. This is gold. And it's a joke post. The biggest issue is truly the writing. 5.5 thousand upvotes. They were tough and well armed, probably mercenaries. What I made them of is corpses. I wasn't really paying attention. What I made of them, I can't read. I'm the problem. What I made of them is corpses. It's still weird. Yeah, there's just a lot of problems. And even the Starfield community is coming around to it. And I'm very proud of them for coming around to it, because this is how Bethesda actually improves. And one of the most interesting developments in the last few days is that Starfield has actually dropped to mostly negative reviews on Steam recently. And then all reviews is 87,000 with mixed reception. Only 65% of those reviews are positive. Now, the key difference, people have been asking what could have caused this. Like, why is it all of a sudden going mostly negative? And here's the thing. I think what it is, and this is just my inference from the information, it could be right, could be wrong, who knows? But what I think this is that people that bought it at full price, $70 at launch, were hardcore Bethesda fans, probably into modding, which is why they bought it on Steam and not through Game Pass. And as a result, they were always going to be giving it the benefit of the doubt and were going to give it a little bit of extra wiggle room because they were the core hardcore fan base. The game over Christmas and through the holiday sale on Steam, or winter sale, I guess what they technically call it, it's dropped 30% down to $48.99. This brings in a whole flood of new players that have been interested in trying it, but that haven't, especially with some of the mixed reception, but they decided to give it a shot at the discount. They came in, tried it, and found it lacking because they were not the hardcore, diehard fan base. They were just people that were passively interested that decided to check it out because it was on sale. And then once they did, they were like, okay, this actually is not at all what I was hoping for. And so they had negative opinions, which is very interesting. Only a third of the new players trying it. Only 31% are finding the game positive in the last month on Steam. So the hope is that, BGS, that's a Freudian slip right there, is that BGS looks at this and honestly appreciates the feedback. Like this one, these are not people that tried the game for an hour. Jesus Christ. And then found it lacking. These are people that actually really tried to love and enjoy the game and just did not find it to be what they needed it to be. So like, I wasn't going to write this at first because I was so 50-50 on recommending it or not, but after Bethesda started replying to negative reviews about why the reviews they've written are wrong, I feel compelled to write something. I would not recommend it for $70. I would recommend it waiting until the game is fully released with all of its DLC on sale to buy it. To me, there's just not enough to justify the price. It feels like a game that's only had a few years of development rather than 7, and it's just kind of undercooked. It feels boring and uninspired. Scoot this up. And like locations, what is Bethesda's engine really good at? It makes it relatively easy to handcraft huge worlds. So what does Starfield do? They handcrafted a few locations and left the rest up to procedural generation, of course. Oh, well, the few handcrafted locations are great. No? Okay, then. New Atlantis is kind of cool, but it's small. It's close to having some literal and figurative depth to it with the well, but that's barely explored. New Aquila looks cool, but again, it's far too small. The key is not a city. And Neon, Jesus Christ, Neon. Yeah, Neon is like an alleyway, and then some buildings. No part of it feels like this is like a hub of civilization within a planet. Yeah. It just works. Like 37 hours, 150 hours, 90 hours, 140 hours. Like, this person tried it very, like, they really put it through its paces. These people have really tried the game and given it a shot, and they just didn't find it very compelling. And I know it's like, it's really easy for people to be like, lol, okay, well, if you played it for 100 plus hours, you clearly liked it. You're just being negative. Like, no, there are people, like, for Bethesda fanboys, and core fans, fanboy sounds negative. I didn't mean it that way. But like, for Bethesda fans that like their golden age games, they will put 1,000 hours, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 hours into one game that they really, really, really enjoy. So for them to give 150 hours of their time to Starfield is not actually that far out of the ordinary. And if anything, I think the writing is on the wall with Starfield after like 30, 40 hours. I think it's really clear the problems are not going to get any better. And so for them to continue going through and giving it even more time is crazy. So mad props to them. But all of this to say, I think that there's a core issue with Starfield and with the recent, I would say, approach that Bethesda has taken towards these games. So I agree with Maddie, at least the premise of the video, that there's something that needs to be fixed. How you go about fixing it, I'm not entirely sure. I think that is a valid question to bring. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I've been working on my own video for the last couple of weeks, specifically on how to fix Starfield, like giving my ideas of how they could patch it and mod it to try and get it to be closer to the game that people actually wanted. But that's sort of tangentially related to this. Maddie seems to be approaching Bethesda itself, so I guess let's see what's up. What's up,
Earlier
Maddie?
on, I made a video called How Skyrim Ruined Bethesda. And it was a video essay based on the subject of how Bethesda operated pre-Skyrim with design and communication versus how they operate nowadays, talking about Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and most recently, Starfield. Now, all of these videos that I prepared toward the end of the year are made in a vacuum of sorts. I don't put them out and then read the comments and then put out my next video like I usually do because I'm taking some time off. And this video, much like that original video essay, has been made in a vacuum. I kind of wanted to have the video essay and then the conversation afterwards, where the video essay was what I thought was a fair, critical look at how Bethesda operates and was less about the change your engine, Bethesda, and more about understanding what kind of company they have become nowadays. Today, I want to talk about how...
And I think that is fair. I mean, the elephant in the room is just, we'll change your engine, stupid heads. Like, that's the easiest thing you could possibly do to fix it. But it's not necessarily a given. Like, to change over a game engine for a studio means changing, like, not just training materials. It means changing over sometimes the hardware. So, like, your actual computers will change out because it might be the case that, oh, if you're swapping to Unreal Engine, but you were using this other engine before that's optimized primarily for development with like AMD chipsets, but this is optimized for Intel, you might be swapping out hardware. So like there's stuff on that end, and then there's also licensing things where you've licensed certain secondary software kits for your engine, but now you have to get those licenses all over again. Like there's many other cascading effects. It's not as simple as just, oh well, we'll just swap over. It's like just saying, oh, well, just swap from Windows to Mac. Like on the YouTube side of things, I've had people say, you know, I've said I've been really frustrated with Premiere Pro because Premiere is super glitchy and buggy and constantly just breaks things. But then people in the comments will be like, well, just switch to a Mac then. And it's like, well, to do that would mean that I'd have to switch to Mac. I'd have to have my editor switch to Mac if we were going to start using like Final Cut or something. Like, it's not that simple. Like, there's many other things. All of our like pre-built stuff and effects and intros we'd have to redo because they're all built in like After Effects that can talk to Premiere. So like, there's so many other things that follow from it. It's just not that simple to switch, which is why it was such a huge deal when when CDPR said that they were switching over to Unreal, especially after all of the crazy stuff that they had done. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. Make it a little opaque. A lot opaque. No opaque. That's good.
How to, quote, fix, end quote, Bethesda. They're an extremely successful company. They make a lot of money. In their eyes, they need no fixing.
I do kind of like the idea that like we're saying, how do you fix them? It reminds me of like a really dysfunctional relationship. How do you fix Bethesda? Do you love Bethesda, or do you just love the idea of Bethesda? Does Bethesda love you, or do they just love the idea of you? That's a very valid question.
And there are some things that are said online about them that I disagree with. One of those being a subject in this video, and I'll call it out when I get there. But what I wanted to talk about is how to get Bethesda to where they're walking that line of being the profitable, extremely popular company that they have become, while also maintaining that core fan base, and how to sustain that for generations to come beyond the days of Todd Howard. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in.
I mean, I don't think Todd is probably ever retiring. I think he's always going to be there. I just don't foresee him leaving at this point. So I think he'll always be there. Maybe not like active creative director. He'll try to take more of a supervisory role, but that's just, I mean, that is what it is. I think a lot of people are like that. In the upper echelons of game development, and even most companies, you know, they might not be involved in the day-to-day anymore, but they are still participating in the process. As for all of this other stuff, I mean, it's just, I think it's a very valid question to ask. Is Bethesda the same company that made Skyrim? And I would say it's two-pronged. For one, I don't think they're the same company. It's pretty clear that they've shifted perspectives and approaches. They're really focused on trying to reinvent the wheel. Like, they had this amazing thing with the sandbox adventure game in Skyrim, and then with Fallout 4 they try to go like super narrative, even though their writing teams are not very good, so the writing falls super flat and it's just not that interesting. And then with Fallout 76, you know, that's just a cluster. And then with Starfield, it's like, you guys are really good at handcrafted environments and worlds with like environmental storytelling that's top notch. That's what you're really good at. So you decide to make a game with basically none of it. How does that make any sense at all? So I think that they've either completely lost their way, or it's just a different approach, or they didn't really like making those games like Skyrim back in the day, or they got sick of it. There's just something weird where they're really good at that, but they don't want to do it. You know, they just are actively trying to avoid it.
If you're new here and you're into Bethesda content.
Oh, and the other piece, because I said there were two pieces to it. There's that, and then the other piece is that I think it's clear that the industry has changed a lot as well. And gamers have changed, and expectations have changed. And so we're looking at Bethesda and we're saying, yeah, we love like those old school games, but you can't get away with buggy piles of garbage anymore. It has to be polished, because that's where we are now as an industry. Yes, it was like a little endearing, I guess, when in 2011 you'd constantly be releasing buggy stuff, and it was like, oh, well, it's the Bethesda bugs. It's Bethesda's charm. They do that. No, it's not acceptable anymore. And then beyond that, we also have different expectations in terms of like technology. Like, I think the most damning thing that happened with Starfield is that it launched right next to Baldur's Gate 3, which as an RPG is insane. Granted, it's like a once in a generation type of game, but still just absolutely crazy. And then it also launches right next to, on the other side, the Phantom Liberty DLC for Cyberpunk 2077 and the 2.0 update that takes this game and just turns it into a masterpiece of not just a technological marvel in terms of graphics and loading systems and all this stuff, but then they're also actively improving with an amazing story, amazing RPG mechanics, great combat, and all sorts of stuff. So I think it just happened to launch right between two things that make it look far more lackluster than it would have looked if it launched in, say, like March.
We prepared a lot of it for this holiday season. Consider subscribing. We got a lot more on.
And you
the
should
way.
sub to Maddie.
So the first thing I want to tackle here when it comes to fixing Bethesda has to be when it comes to their team size. They are an extremely small team of around 400 people. And I say extremely small in the terms of AAA development. That's usually pushing past 1,000, multi-thousand. And of course, when you account for Microsoft and the QA that was backing them up, like, yes, Starfield had a massive staff on board for this game. But Bethesda has that, if you will, small business feel, but big business mindset, so to speak.
Yeah, they call them boutique shops. We did this when I worked in real estate. Our shop was, they said, we're a boutique shop with big business assets and capabilities. So if you want the power of a big company, but the feel of a boutique shop, that's us. We can provide both. And it seems like Bethesda's trying to do the same thing. Like, they shoot for the stars. See what I did there? They shoot for the stars with these amazingly ambitious games, but they just, frankly, I don't think have the team or the budget or the capacity to deliver on it. Like, everybody memes on Star Citizen taking a decade plus to be able to put stuff out that's like pretty lackluster. But like at least they've like done all sorts of insane tech where they can get it running, like that Star Citizen or Star Engine technically demo that they did, which we'll put the link to that in the description of this clip. Jacob put the clip in the description. But we did a reaction to that engine demo that they did, and it made Starfield look way out of date, because they're just like seamlessly, without load screens at all, loading from planet surface to space to actual realistic orbits being simulated. They have object permanence, so if you drop something on this planet and then leave for an actual year, you can come back and find that water bottle still on the ground right where you left it, so long as nobody's touched it or moved it on that entire planet. Like, it's ridiculous how much they have working in that, but it's taken them years and years and hundreds of millions of dollars to basically program their own custom engines and rework engines that they had licensed to get working that way. Like, it's ridiculous what they've done. And so Starfield and Bethesda in general, I feel like they have kind of lost sight of what they're capable of, because in 2011 they were capable of AAA games that were massive in scope and they could deliver that. But in 2023, it's just, there's higher standards. Like, there's just higher standards. People expect more, and you need to do more to be competitive, really.
And if I were to go in there and start tinkering with how they approach things, I would say, okay, you want to be a 400-man team. Let's start building your games around that mindset. What that means is that procedural isn't your answer for everything. I think procedural content, like we saw in Starfield, is the result of development costs getting higher, game development becoming more difficult, and you need to make that same massive scale of worlds that you made back with Fallout 3, back with Oblivion, but it's much more difficult to do now, so you need a computer to effectively generate it for you. I think what needs to happen is a slimmed focus. You can still make worlds to live in that are highly replayable at the same time as maintaining what makes your game special. You can still maintain scope and scale in meaningful ways while not making, for example, 1,000+ planet galaxy. Now, I really do like.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. They have a habit of biting off more than they can chew. And if they decided instead of 1,000 planets to do 3, like just stick to the solar system, I think that could have been really, really cool. And that would have stood a chance to actually be, I think, enjoyable if they had gotten rid of the load screens and then also the fish bowls and then only done like 3 or 4 planets to actually explore. That could have been cool. It could have been mostly forests and caves and procedurally generated stuff, but that at least I think would be much more compelling. But instead what we have now is like the worst of both worlds.
the idea Starfield's presenting, but I wonder if sometimes Bethesda's biting off more than they can chew, something that we've talked about with 76, something we've talked about with Fallout 4. I will say, though, I hope that Bethesda in turn maintains the quest focus. To me, that was Starfield's biggest strength, and I hope they maintain that because that can provide focus for the team. What are our strengths? I feel like questing is one of them. It's about the adventure it sends you on, where even if it's not the quest itself that's incredibly well written, it's about when you're going from point A to point B, that thing that distracts you along the way. Quest focus fuels the best parts of Bethesda game studios, whether their games are gigantic or tiny. And that,
I mean, I'm not sure if I agree with that. There's a couple of decent quests in Starfield, even good quests in Starfield, but I feel like the writing is pretty lackluster across the board, and I can't think of a single thing in Starfield that's like really unique to it or that it does really, really well. You know, like what part of the Starfield universe is like, that's really, really cool. Like if you're not allowed to say Starfield or describe any details like it's made by BGS or this or that, if you just have to describe the universe of Starfield, how do you do that in a way that makes it actually identifiable? Well, it's like it's a NASA punk inspired world, and you fly in spaceships, and then there's like space pirates, and then I guess you could also say that there's like this cool magical force that allows you to do things like push things and pull things and maybe slow things down. Like you just end up describing a lamer version of Star Wars at the end of it, you know? And it's like, there's just not really anything it does where it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing it does really well. That's what sets it apart. There's just not really anything it excels at.
that would go hand in hand with what I said in my video essay, reconnecting with the actual reasons for Skyrim's success. At the same time, when I am talking about acting your team size, that may mean inadvertently kind of thinking about how you're supporting Fallout 76. I think if you have a 400 main...
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. So look when the bullet hits, then when the head pops. So pop. Okay. Okay, his health drops. He's close, and then he's... Oh, no, the head did pop. So, like, look at how much time. This is why I can't really play... Oh, it's a girl. This is why I can't play Fallout 76, is because of this delay. Fires the bullet. 2 frames. It hits right there. And then 1, 2... I guess, is that another one? No, it doesn't hit there. She just moves for some reason. Well, no, it shows the hit marker. So the actual bullet animation showing it moving is actually behind when the bullet actually lands. Okay. But anyway, so it hits here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'd say 30 frames later is when it actually looks like you've actually hit them and killed them, because their head pops off and then their body stands up somehow, and then a blood effect sprays, and then the body goes limp. And this is a 60 frame video. So like straight up half a second. Straight up half a second of delay between when the bullet hits and when the game actually presents it as being hit. You know, it's just... That delay makes it very, very difficult for me to play personally, because it feels like constantly you're playing with 100 millisecond pings or 500 millisecond pings. Like it's really, really tough to play it and for it to feel tight.
Kind of thinking about how you're supporting Fallout 76. I think if you have a 400-man team, you can make the games you still want to make, but you kind of need all hands on deck for the production of them. You can't afford to have multiple teams of your development force involved in a live service product like this. At the same time, I will say 76 is getting much better. Atlantic City was a pretty good step forward. Nuka World on Tour was also pretty great. There's still a lot corrupt within it on a technical level, but I can see why they want to hang with it. Bethesda just wants to do that. They want to do the same thing with Redfall. They just refuse to let go of these games, to their credit. But I feel like if you need to accept that, like, you're a smaller business, a smaller staff, it's time to act like one. Maintaining a live service game, consistent support for Starfield for 5+ years, supporting Fallout 4's next-gen update. You can only go so far with the manpower that you've provided yourself. So start acting your team size. This next one I'm gonna go in on because Bethesda's communication has historically sucked, and especially in 2023, I think it was really bad. I think of the Fallout 4 Next Gen update as the prime example of that. I get that we all knew in the Fallout community, oh yeah, whenever this Fallout TV show drops is probably when you're gonna drop the Next Gen update. That is our assumption as intelligent gaming fans. You, Bethesda, it's on you to not announce a Next Gen update, which is considered a very small, free thing, whatever thing, and confirm it for 2023, and then give us no word whatsoever all the way until the final dying weeks of 2023. You go, yep, it's delayed to 2024. See you then. We're excited about it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's pretty stupid. I don't know if it's the marketing teams that they struggle with or what, but this has also been a thing with Xbox. Xbox has really struggled to communicate clearly across all of these teams. What was the example? There was, I don't think it was Starfield. Maybe it was Redfall. I think it was Redfall. Like, they had this game that they were allegedly really excited about that they were going to try to push to everybody. Everybody's going to find out about it. And instead of everybody, like the Xbox Twitter account, and then the Redfall Twitter account, and then the Arcane Twitter account, and then all the Facebook pages and all the YouTube channels, instead of them all kind of working together to promote the game, it was like Redfall's account would tweet things occasionally. That was kind of it. And then Xbox might occasionally tweet like, coming to Game Pass soon, and like that was it. There was very little coordination between the teams. So I think that whether that's specifically, you know, a BGS issue or more of an Microsoft Xbox issue, I'm not really sure, but it's been a big problem for Xbox as well. And PlayStation does not have the issue at all. Like, PlayStation has always been really good at getting all of their social media teams to work together. They'll have Guerrilla sending out tweets promoting the latest God of War Valhalla update and stuff. So they've always been very, very unified with it. And I think that's something Xbox needs to work on. It's very easy to fix. You just get a new marketing director, and then you get a new team in there. They go in there, they unify everything, create a system for planning out these posts, and it's something they can easily fix. They just have to do it.
About it. Yep, see you then. Your communication has to get better. Not just for an instance like that, but I look at Starfield as it stands right now when I'm recording this video in the vacuum. No real roadmap. We get random promises on Reddit like, hey, we're going to do new ways of traveling. Hey, we're going to do more bug fixes. We get the occasional Bethesda net post. Sometimes we find out news through that. Like, there's no consistent lines of communication from the development team to the fan base. And especially with Starfield, a game with a lot of complaints, most people are willing to, as we've seen with like Cyberpunk, as we've seen with every broken game, Battlefield 2042, like people look at it, they go, God, you're hopeless. It's dire. But you know what gets them all out of that situation is communication, letting people know what the plan is to ameliorate any of the problems or add to the fun the game provides.
And then backing it up with actions. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like, you guys remember right after Cyberpunk 2077 dropped, everybody was like, okay, yeah, you're saying you're going to fix it and right this wrong. Okay, we'll believe it when we see it. And they sort of, you know, started working on it, but it was like, okay, guys, this is not going to do it. And it took a solid 3 years, but they got it there. You know, they added stuff. They made the game bigger and cooler. They added this phenomenal expansion, and they eventually got it there. But their actions spoke louder than their words. And with Bethesda, it feels like they don't really have any words, usually. They don't really say much of anything. And then their actions come a day late and a dollar short most of the time. And it's just like, you got at least do one of them. At least one of them, please.
Bethesda Game Studios just is too cagey for their own good. It's a product of the love their fan base has for their IP, from Fallout to Elder Scrolls to Starfield. There are people who are only fans of Starfield, and if you're only in that camp, you're kind of sitting there going, all right, what's the plan? We know you're supporting the game for a while, but you're giving us a lot of nothing here. Some people are only Fallout fans. What's going on with the franchise? Like, you've got to talk to the fans, because then what happens is expectations build, anger builds, and then you get what's happening with Starfield. Speaking of which, sometimes I think in the pre-release of your games, please keep in mind that you can't drop key details of your games in like a GQ interview and then leave out that in like the big Starfield developer direct. I say, for example, how Todd Howard in a GQ interview had mentioned that Starfield explores differently and he's unsure how it's going to be received. Probably something that should have been said on a public level to gauge expectations. I would put money on it that so many of Starfield's problems wouldn't have been discussed if Bethesda was actually open about how exploration was truly going to work, or any trepidation that they felt heading into launch on that. But instead, it was, unless you watch the Mr. Matty channel, buried in a GQ article, and that was like a couple weeks from launch. You know,
unless you watched Luke Stevens calling out all these people for hyping it up and pretending like these weren't problems. You guys remember, and actually I have another video pulled up, which is a video I did like 8 months ago on Starfield, where I was like, some of this stuff doesn't really make a lot of sense. Some of these things don't line up, and I don't know why more people are not upset about it or talking about it. Because there were red flags everywhere with Starfield, and people were just actively ignoring them. They were pretending like it wasn't actually an issue. It was weird. It was freaking weird. And now, of course, hindsight's 2020. So all of these creators, I'm not pointing this at Maddie, because Maddie, I think, in general, was trying to calm his audience down. He was just fighting an uphill battle because some of his Bethesda fans are difficult to wrangle, let's just say. But there were a lot of creators that now are kind of retconning and pretending like they were always kind of skeptical and suspicious of Starfield, but they were hyping it up just as much as the next guy. Like, just as much, let's be completely honest.
The decision was made for people by that point. So I just feel like Bethesda needs to communicate these sorts of things better. I said I had a hot take on this list. I have an item on this list here that I don't think anyone's going to want to hear, but I'm going to say it anyway. Keep the creation engine. To me, I think a lot of people use this as an easy...
I'm willing to hear him out. I know, because it's not always, yeah, hashtag Luke was right. That's my favorite hashtag I've ever seen in my life, Kenneth. I love it. But like with the creation engine, like I said, there's a lot of extra hoops you have to jump through to swap it out. I think at this point, my stance is that there has been so much goodwill burned as a result of the creation engine over the last decade. I think just moving to something else would immediately give them like plus 50 charisma. Like immediately it's like, okay, everybody liked that. I think that would be an easy way to win some people over if they did it. And honestly, if they went to Epic and they're like, hey, we want to pair with you guys with the Unreal Engine, just like CDPR is doing. CDPR makes similar games and they think that they can get it working in Unreal, and that Unreal will do a better job of what the Red Engine was able to do, which was already industry leading. So I think they go to Epic. They could probably work out some deal where they work together on the engine, get it fine-tuned to what they need it to do, and move on from there. Maybe they work on mod support for it, whatever. I think that they could totally do that and find a way to make it happen. I don't know. Like, the benefit of the creation engine allegedly has been that for years and years and years, it's allowed them to build big environments quickly. And what we've seen is that with years and years going by, in the case of Starfield, I mean, this was in active development for at least 5 years. I don't really see how this is saving time over what other teams are doing with different tool sets. Like, I really don't see it. Like, you would expect the way they talk about creation engine that they would have way bigger cities and more content, more hand-placed content, way bigger stuff that's really, really impressive compared to what everybody else is doing. And back in 2011, that was true. Nowadays, it's just not. It's just not. Other teams with other engines are doing way bigger cities, way bigger environments, way more detailed environments, way better NPC interactions, way better graphics. Like, everything is just better elsewhere. But again, like I said, I'll hear Maddie out. Let's hear Maddie out. I want to hear the argument keeping the creation engine.
The argument against Bethesda. Oh my God, it's the creation engine for literally every problem the game has. And I get it, because that's all you hear online. And I'm not here saying that the creation engine is literally blameless. But at the same time, I have to look at it honestly. This is the end.
Well, let me be clear. And I'm sure he's seen people that say it the way he just did. But my frustration is that the creation engine has led to Bethesda making development decisions based on its restrictions that are bad. The decision to have 1,000 planets, knowing that it was going to be limited by all these load screens and fishbowl environments, that was a bad decision. That still lands on the directors for thinking that that would be fun and enjoyable in the long term, because it's just frankly not. And everybody seems to agree at this point, it's just not. Compared to what you can do in like Skyrim, where you can just run around and explore and have fun without any interruptions. It lets you get immersed, and that's what people like. So you can say that the creation engine is responsible, but it's more that the creation engine sets up the developers and the directors to make big decisions based off of the tools that they have, and the directors keep making stupid decisions on what to do and what to prioritize. That's more my stance. It's not like, I think that it would be easier for them to make a better game on a different engine. I think they would have an easier time making great games. I think using the creation engine is fighting an uphill battle, but the blame still lands on some of those core decisions that like Todd and those guys made early on, where they thought that the way Starfield looks and runs would be enjoyable to fans.
engine that powered some of the greatest games that we have enjoyed, like Skyrim. It has powered games like Fallout 4. When I look at Starfield and I see the critique is, it's the engine, man.
I mean, it ran Skyrim a decade ago. 2 generations ago of hardware, bear in mind. That launched on the 360. Yeah, but Luke, the astronauts weren't bored. So it ran Skyrim 2 generations ago. It ran Fallout 4 a generation ago. And Fallout 4, while people said it didn't look bad or even pretty good, it was far from an industry-leading game graphically in 2015. I think, especially when you compare it side by side with The Witcher 3, a game that's just as vast. And I think looks way better when you compare 2015 footage to 2015 footage. So graphically, it didn't really hold up. And then in terms of spaces, it also was filled with bugs, and it launched super broken for a lot of people, including myself. So, you know, this might be rose-tinted glasses, kind of looking back on it with modern bias.
The engine is limiting Bethesda. To me, that feels like an ill-conceived argument, not targeting the true problem of their game. Starfield, to me, and maybe your interpretation is different, its problems boil down to game design. Game design was its biggest issue. And by that, I mean how they handled fast traveling, how they handled exploration. These are creative choices that go along the way where you have this game you dream of making and the game you kind of can make. And there's that kind of in-between area that you're hoping you fall between. And that's the challenge of game development, is what are you going to cut and what choice are you going to go forward with? And what I see in Starfield are choices that just didn't pan out well. That's not padding over the problems of the game. It's just, I think, honestly tackling what was wrong with the title. I don't think Creation Engine is at the heart of any of Starfield's issues. Some people will say, well, because of Creation Engine, that's why the design was limited. But there, I would respectfully disagree and say that I look at Skyrim.
Okay. Disagree with me, Maddie. Disagree.
Skyrim and Fallout 4 and don't see limited games there. I see excellent games that had...
No, I think they were limited, but within the constraints of the technology of the time. Like, you can't look at 2011 with Skyrim and compare it to 2023. Like, you just can't. You can't. It's just not the same. Like, you know, like, we had higher tolerances for load screens when everything was running on whatever it was, 7200 RPM hard drive. Like, we were just used to it. Everybody was used to it. So I don't think you can then say that they're directly comparable. Like, it's different times, different hardware. It's totally different. Yeah, Skyrim was really good for its time, but in 2023, if you release Skyrim under a different name and we had never seen it before, people would find it extremely lacking compared to what we've gotten today.
Had great design decisions made that led to feeding the game's strengths. Fallout 4's biggest complaint really was the lack of role-playing. That was a creative decision made by Bethesda. It had nothing to do with the engine. Skyrim's biggest problem...
I think that was more marketing, though. And this is something I've come to realize, is just that Fallout 4 is a really good game if you play it differently than Bethesda games are typically played. Like, Skyrim is all about role playing as just whatever you want, and they give you like almost no barriers to entry there. Like, if you want to just show up and be like, oh, now I'm a wizard, they're like, after 20 minutes of basic questing, they're like, okay, you're now the head wizard of this entire group, congratulations. Okay, now I want to go be head of the Thieves Guild, and then you run off and you do like 45 minutes of quests, and now, yeah, congratulations, you're like executive leadership within this. Like, they just really don't put any barriers between the player and whatever kind of fever dream fantasy they have. So it's like very light-hearted role play. It's not like super serious, intense role play where you have to play by the rules of the world and the rules are very strict. It's very open. It's a very relaxed way of doing it. Fallout 4 basically has none of that because they tried to go like super narrative and be super serious and intense and emotional, and they just weren't very successful at that. Having the voice protagonist, I think, was also an interesting experiment. I thought that was cool, and I can understand why they wanted to try it, but I think it was clear that for the types of games that they wanted to make, and especially with their writing, it just wasn't going to work. Cyberpunk, I think, demonstrated that you can have a voice protagonist in an RPG that works well enough. But I think with a lot of these RPGs, it's better to just put the text on screen, let the player read it with their own intonations and how they would accentuate certain words and stuff. Don't let a voice actor do it. And then you kind of just let the player fill in those gaps. And then you just play, you press the button, the text plays, and that's that. Baldur's Gate 3 also has very limited text options for, or voice options for the player character. They'll still have your party doing stuff and saying stuff. But like if you try to play as Gale, you know, the text is going to be different. He's not going to be saying the same sentences and phrases he would have been if you were talking as somebody else, as the player character, if that makes sense.
I would say went also to lack of role-playing and writing. But when you look at the adventures and the exploration and how many areas you could go into and the amount of DLC, it kind of fades, right? It wasn't an engine problem there either. Again, I get it. Creation engine is buggy, but I look at it.
I mean, again, I think probably the disagreement from this is just that I don't think you can say that 2011 is comparable to today. Like, yeah, you can say Skyrim wasn't limited by the creation engine in 2011. I would say it was. It was just that in 2011, the restrictions on the creation engine were built and designed around the technical restrictions of the time and the hardware of the time. And as they've continued to use that same system, the creation engine is basically operating under the restrictions of the Xbox 360 and PS3, but now it has the assets of the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles and PCs of the modern day. And so it just feels like you're playing a game from a decade ago, you know?
Truly this way. The same people who have called for the engine to be torn down, thrown out, and for Bethesda to take in Unreal Engine or Unity, for example, also are the same people oftentimes saying, oh, we need the mods. Mods are why I play Bethesda games in the first place. Creation Engine is one of the most customizable engines out there. Not to say that other games don't have fantastic mods. I look at Cyberpunk. There's a wonderful modding community there for the Red Engine. It is possible to mod other engines. I just think with what makes Bethesda Game Studios games popular and what gives them a level of interactivity is through the Creation Engine. Again, I'm not telling you it's perfect. I'm not saying your criticisms of it are wrong. I'm just saying that I think we're sometimes avoiding the real problems, which are more difficult to convey, which is that Starfield's problems, to me, as someone who even loves the game, I put in my top 10 of the year, to me, is about design, not engine limitations. So I think stick with Creation Engine. And naturally, that'll make some people sick to their stomach to hear. But look, it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. They've had so many moments they could have dropped this thing. And with Starfield, they doubled down and did Creation Engine 2, which many people thought was going to be.
Should we do a poll? Should we do a poll? I kind of want to know what you guys think. I kind of want to know. Should we do a poll? Let's do a poll real quick. I'm going to do a straw poll. We're just going to ask if you guys think that they are going to drop the Creation Engine. Will they drop the Creation Engine? Oh, sorry. 2. And this is yes. And specifically, this is in or before the Elder Scrolls 6. Okay. So we're not saying like eventually, we're saying right now. Okay. So I'm going to create the poll. We're going to post this in chat, and voila. And I want to hear what you guys think. So everybody vote on that real quick. Just click on the link and vote. My guess, I think they should. I don't think they will. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I don't think people are that confident in them moving on. Yeah, I don't think. I think they should, but I don't think they will. Because again, I think it immediately gets so many brownie points if they were to do it. If they were to announce, hey, and we're using not the Creation Engine 3, we're deciding we've partnered with Epic and we're going to be building the Elder Scrolls 6 in Unreal Engine 5. I think they would get a standing ovation, but they're not going to do it. And honestly, right now, they're already moving into production on that. So if they were going to do it in another engine, like, I think they would already be doing it. And I think at that point, the news would have already been announced or leaked or something. So I don't think they're doing it. And you guys apparently don't think they're doing it either. So
a brand new engine, but it's just like Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5, right? Like, you know, it's still going to be Unreal Engine, but there's going to be a lot of new features and additions there. And when you look at what Starfield did on a technical level when it came to polish, I thought, you know what? This feels like a pretty good upgrade. So yeah.
It was a polished turd. I'm a bug magnet, so I run into these things a lot, but I showed you guys a lot of the bugs I came across in my review, and there were a good amount. Like, I had an entire quest line soft locked and stuff that was just totally broken. It was the best polished Bethesda game I've ever played, but again, like, that's really not saying much at all.
I know it's a hot take, but I always keep it honest here, and I'm more than willing to hear the disagreement down below, as I'm sure it will be there, no doubt about it. So the last thing I wanted to touch on for Bethesda was their focus of the future. Speaking of the engine, part of the reason they want to keep that the same is Bethesda's hiring a lot of modders. And when modders are working with your tool set, you kind of want to keep them familiar with that, because what happens is it cuts off that immediate process of training the new guy or gal. The pipeline just has to be established, but otherwise they're pretty familiar with what you're going to be using in-house. And that's a great strength to have as a developer, who's hiring and growing and is now first party and owned by Microsoft. But future focus is in a different way. Todd Howard has guided many of Bethesda Game Studios' greatest games and continues to do so. But like any human here, we all have an expiration date. And I know that's very sad to say. But what I mean by
Oh my God. I know what he means, but that makes it sound like, yep, Todd's almost dead. Everybody buckle up. He has an expiration date. That's funny, man.
this is that Todd won't be at Bethesda Game Studios forever. And if there's one thing I'm not seeing at the company that I'm a little bit disappointed in, it's that they're not really focusing on nurturing the next generation of talent. That's something I love about Tango Gameworks. You had Shinji Mikami and John Johannes there, and Shinji Mikami was working closely with John Johannes and letting all this newer, younger talent do their own thing, and that led to Hi-Fi Rush. You had Akumi Nakamura there, who was kind of originally supposed to be the protege for Shinji Mikami. That obviously went a completely different direction. She left. She started her own team, announced her own game at the Game Awards of 2023. The point being, that studio was really focused on having a vet leader at the top, guiding the new generation, and then eventually moving on to do something else. Whereas I feel like with Bethesda Game Studios, it's trying to pull Todd Howard in every single direction. Work on the Indiana Jones game, Todd. Work on Starfield. Work on the Fallout remasters or whatever. Work on Elder Scrolls 6. It's like, this is one human. And when his bandwidth gets spread this far, I can't imagine we're getting the best out of him in his final years of his career. Who knows how...
I mean, I forget, was it an article or an interview we read? We read it on stream, but there was a whole story where it was breaking down Todd Howard and retirement and everything. And he was like, I don't really see walking away or anything. But the other piece was that he has been working very hard to separate himself from the core development process. So maybe Maddie's saying it hasn't been working, or maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe he's mistaken. But at least in that thing we read, it described how he was still the final decision maker for a lot of the stuff in Starfield, but he didn't want to be. He's been trying very hard to separate himself so that the creative directors and the gameplay directors and designers that we saw a lot of in those videos and stuff leading up to the release of Starfield, he wants those people to be the final decision makers and not everything to land at his lap. Because Maddie's right, he is working on a ton of different stuff. For the Indiana Jones games, he's doing like, I think executive producing is his title. I think is what his official title is. But yeah, it's just, he's spread very thin. There's no doubt. And they do need to figure out how to take it on. But more than anything, I think it's just a difficult reality when you have a designer that had their heyday 15, 20 years ago. And I know it sounds crazy to say Todd's heyday was 20 years ago, but we're approaching like Fallout 3 and Oblivion when like Bethesda Game Studios really started skyrocketing in popularity. That was at this point like 15 plus years ago is when like we're talking 2006, we're approaching 20 years since that game. So he's been around for a long time, and his most well-received games were a decade plus ago. And so I do think it's valid to at least question maybe he's not like the future of BGS. He can take a role in it, but he might not be the one that's going to be directing the next 10 out of 10 Bethesda game.
How long he hangs around. Maybe it's beyond Elder Scrolls 6. Many people are convinced that's his last game. And if it is, I hope they get on top of things quick and they start to nurture who's the next person who's going to get on stage and talk about Bethesda games. Who's going to pioneer the next generation of Bethesda Game Studios games. That's a legacy that can't continue solely through Todd.
Yeah, all of these guys, we've seen in a lot of these videos. A lot of them. Emil.
And if it is, I hope they get on top of things quick and they start to nurture.
So Emil Pagliarulo, this is a guy we've talked about on Luke Stevens Live before. I've made some videos mentioning him. He's been around since the early 2000s at the very least. So he's been very, very active. And he is like one of Todd Howard's right-hand men. Like Todd needed the whatever chant that's at the opening menu of Skyrim, he needed that written. So he sent Emil home, and Emil just like wrote the damn thing in this language that doesn't really exist. Like he just figured it out. So like he's a very cool creative guy, but he also has a very interesting philosophy. Like he doesn't believe in design documents apparently, which if you don't know design documents, like it's like a whole thing in game development where you build out the game before you even start development on it. Kind of like an outline for an essay or something. So you build out the whole game, what it looks like, the narrative, all the mechanics and everything. And then you go and you start working through. It can change, it can refine a little bit as time goes by, but you have everything basically laid out in that document. You should see the game on that sheet before it actually is put together in its final form. He apparently doesn't believe in that. he doesn't like doing that. It's also Bethesda. For years, they very openly and proudly said that they don't play test their games, and everybody joked. And the old joke was Todd would say, "Yeah, we don't play test our games," and everybody goes, "Yeah, we noticed," because they were always so buggy. So they've had these weird philosophies that I think maybe worked back in 2011, but they don't really work nowadays. And I think Starfield is a great example of why some of those philosophies don't really work when you try to go extra big. Like with Starfield, not having a design document to figure out exactly how traversal would work and how the world building would work and how procedural generated areas would work before you started working on it. I think that was a huge problem because Starfield feels like a game where they were like kind of figuring it out as they went along, and the way it ended up was just not really that fun. And I think that's probably because of the way that they approached it. It's like writing an essay without an outline, hoping you stumble into a good essay, but you're not allowed to edit it afterwards because the game has to release, right? You have to put it out. So once the essay's done, you're just like, okay, put it out there. Hopefully people like it and it's a good essay and it gets a good grade. It's just a very weird way of writing. It's not how people are taught to make games nowadays, I would say. And we're almost at the end of this. I will say, let's calm down on the console war talk. It's giving me a headache and I'm not even the one doing it. So let's calm down on that. Otherwise we'll have to go time out. Okay. My brain can't handle it. Okay. I just can't.
Who's the next person who's going to get on stage and talk about Bethesda games? Who's going to pioneer the next generation of Bethesda Game Studios games? That's a legacy that can't continue solely through Todd and needs to exist through someone else as well. Pete Hines has left. Jeff Gardner is out. So gradually the old...
Yeah, Pete Hines, in case you don't know, marketing head honcho at Bethesda Softworks. Originally, I think he was at Bethesda Game Studios, moved to Softworks, and then he recently stepped away. I don't know if he officially retired. I don't recall. I think he did retire, but he's out. And then the other guy that they mentioned...
to exist through someone else as well. Pete Hines has left. Jeff Gardner is out.
Jeff Gardner, I believe he was the lead director on Fallout 76, and he left after a couple of years.
So gradually, the old roundtable of Bethesda Knights is starting to fall off and either start their own adventures or doing something else. And so here we are at the end of it all. What are fans going to get who are in it for the long haul with Bethesda Game Studios? That's what I'm looking for here. So these are a few ways that I think Bethesda could be fixed here, from building around their small team size to better communication to keeping the creation engine and building games around it with proper design and a focus on the future. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what you think would, quote, fix Bethesda in response to my video essay I put out earlier on. Looking forward to seeing your thoughts. Take great care.
For me, I guess this is the part where I go through what I think would fix Bethesda. So you know what we must do. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I know what I have to do. And you guys know what I have to do. There's no question. No question at all. We have to bring up MS Paint. So I think with this, it's just a matter of a couple of core things. My hope is that Bethesda is able to kind of deal with reality first and foremost, and that's going to come from fans. That's weird. How did I hit undo accidentally. Fans being honest. Okay? I think fans have to be honest. This weird thing that people have done for years where they pretend like there aren't problems and, well, no, it's just a different design philosophy, or no, I know you didn't like the way they approached it, but that it's just because you don't like the style. It's like, we gotta shut up about this stuff. Like, if there's a problem that's clear, call it out. And that's why, honestly, I'm really happy to see, and maybe, this is just schadenfreude, but I'm really happy to see the negative reviews come to Starfield, calling out very valid frustrations about Starfield, because that is something that the devs are going to see and hopefully take notice of and grow from. That's my hope, at least, is that BGS is going to respond. As a result, the next thing is that BGS has to, I guess maybe we just say, reflect on the honesty. Maybe that's what we say. So they have to actually take the criticism and grow from it. Doesn't do any good if the fans are being critical and are going through all the stuff they're frustrated by, and then Bethesda's like, okay, well, you guys are just haters. You know, that doesn't work. It's the same thing with, like, I made that recent video where I said Bethesda Game Studios is basically a lol cow at this point. And part of that is because they, like, they lack self-awareness. It's one of the telltale traits of a lol cow, is that they're doing things that are funny and entertaining without realizing they're being entertaining because they lack self-awareness. And in the case of Bethesda Game Studios, I think it's a great example where they lack self-awareness of kind of the memes surrounding their games, or at least they seem to behave as though they lack that self-awareness. So hopefully they respond to these reviews and reactions towards Starfield and go back to the drawing board and like, okay, so biggest frustrations from our fans are this, and this. People are frustrated by the engine. People are frustrated by the graphics. And I'm trying to get better with this pen. I'm not used to looking here and writing down here. It throws me off. So people are frustrated by the graphics and by the engine. And people are also frustrated by the constant load screens. We didn't think that this was a very big deal, but clearly the fans care. And so we need to address that, because it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what our customers and our fans think. People are also really frustrated by the communication, you know, like if we can't talk to our fans, what's the point? What are we doing? If we can't have good communication, what are we doing? So like they go through all of these things. That's what they need to do. And they need to reflect, and they need to figure out what do we need to do to make these games better. That's the hope, at least. So I think they have to reflect. Practical improvements that they can make, okay? I think, again, there's no doubt that swapping engines is incredibly difficult. No doubt there. I'm not going to question it. Everybody is going to hopefully agree on that. It is a very difficult thing to just swap engines, and I don't think that should be taken lightly. However, I do think, as I mentioned earlier, there are many upsides to swapping engines that I think end up more positive than negative. Chief among them is like improved credibility with the fans when you say that this is going to run well and it's going to be a very different game technologically. When you say this is the most graphically impressive game we've ever made, people are going to actually believe you. When you say that this has the resources of Epic Games behind it, if they swap to Unreal, that carries a lot of weight. And also just like CD Projekt Red is moving from the Red engine, which made Cyberpunk 2077 an industry-leading, graphically amazing, technologically impressive game. They're moving to Unreal Engine. So if Bethesda does it, I think everybody's going to be like, wow, okay. So, I mean, two of the greats are doing it. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. So I think that they swap engines. I think that that's the easiest thing that they can do. Engines kind of all blended together. So I think swapping engines is a layup. And imagine the response when they do a little press conference and they just come up and they're like, oh yeah, and we're doing a new engine, guys, buckle up, it's going to be amazing. I think people would lose their minds. I think it would be an easy thing. Take a lot of extra time to train the team up, but guess what? They're owned by Microsoft now and Xbox. So they can probably, if they go to Phil Spencer and like, listen, we're going to swap engines, we need an extra year, I'm sure they're going to get it. I would have no doubt. If they're like, this is going to alleviate all the frustrations people have with Starfield, it's going to be great. I think it's a layup. So nobody's doubting how difficult it would be. It would be a lot. It would be expensive. It would be a lot of trouble, because for like decades they've been using this engine. They're very used to it for sure. But I think that's what just needs to happen for them to win back some credibility with fans. So swapping engines, I think, is a layup. I think beyond that, one of the biggest frustrations I had with Bethesda was their lack of transparency. It's probably the thing that really pissed me off about Starfield, is that there were just constant instances and occasions where like Todd would say something like, players will explore in a new way in this game, and we're not sure how fans will like it. That should be like, what do you mean? why wouldn't they like it? Why are you doing anything that you think your fans might not like? That's weird. And then they say stuff like, oh, there's no vehicles, and you know, the player will not be able to run endlessly, and there's no flying your ship. So if you ever want to leave the planet, you have to fast travel back to your ship. It's not going to be free and open for you to just explore the planet. Like, if they had come out and just clearly described all these things, players would have understood it, and I think expectations would have been managed. Like, hype would be a lot lower because people weren't being lied to effectively. And I think that that's one of the biggest things. There is because of the transparency, there's a perception of lies. And while it's not the same as like Todd saying there are over 6,000 endings in this game, or I think in Skyrim he said that there were over 200 endings. Or maybe it was Fallout 3, I think, actually. I think what he was saying is, like, depending on how you finish certain side quests, if you count, like, I blew up Megaton and I finished the game this way, therefore that's a different ending than if I didn't blow this up and then, you know, I got the same ending. So I think if you tweak the math and really messed with it, you could get to the point where you have where you're able to basically like get away with it. But I don't know, it still feels like either being intentionally vague to the point where I can't even tell what you're talking about, so it kind of seems like a lie, or at the very least a deception, because you're not communicating honestly with me. Or other cases where they just straight up lie through omission, where they will describe how the game works and then not mention very important pieces of it that would probably change your mind about it. Like saying in the lead up to Starfield that you land on the planet and then you hit invisible walls if you run too far out of bounds, because it's not an actual planet to explore. It's a fishbowl that looks like a planet. If you described clearly how it worked, I think players would have a lot more respect. But again, hype would be a little bit lower. And I think this is the thing that Todd has struggled with a lot. I say struggle. He's benefited and profited from it, no doubt. But he has a real problem with over-promising things and being a little bit maybe overly vague for his own benefit. And this is the thing, like, if there's one occasion where you say something and you don't go into the detail that would have helped me decide I wasn't actually interested, if it happens once, okay, it was just, maybe you just didn't say it, you didn't think I would care that much, whatever. If it happens twice, it's like, okay, like, fool me once, like, shame on what is it? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I'm an idiot. Like, that's basically how it works. And in this case, Todd just time and time again says things that are clearly ridiculous. And like, anybody who's thinking skeptically is going to be like, I don't think that makes a lot of sense what he just described. 1,000 planets, and he says it's going to be their most explorable and interesting game yet. Like, I don't see how that could possibly be the case. And then you find out other things, and it just, all of this to say, it feels like there's a lack of transparency with what the game actually is, and that kind of pairs with Todd's problem with lying about stuff, or at the very least not being clear about things. So I think that's a problem as well. And then perhaps a really, really huge one is just managing. I skipped an A. Managing expectations. This is something Bethesda has had basically no interest at all in doing. Yeah, I just did it Bush Jr. style. You're damn right. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm not going to get fooled. That's basically what it is. So managing expectations is something no studio or publisher or really anybody trying to sell you something wants to do, because it's not fun. Like, it doesn't actually really help you that much. If I come along and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm trying to sell you this car. This car is okay, and it gets decent mileage, and it's going to have some issues in the long term and break down, and you're going to have to spend a lot of money repairing it, but it will get you where you need to go for a little while. And it will also lose its value the moment you drive off the lot. Money, please. Like, nope, nobody's gonna be that thrilled to buy from you. But if you come along and you're like, hey, this car this is it. Okay, not only has it gotten all these safety awards, not only is it retaining its value better than previous models in its own line, not mentioning that they have some of the worst plummeting values of any brand, but I'm just keeping this very slim statistic. I'm not technically lying to you. It's the best. It retains its value the best of all of its other crappy brothers and sisters. So I did tell you the truth technically, but I withheld key information that would change your opinion. But also it has mileage that is, you've seen those Ford F-150s, the most popular truck in America. This has like twice the gas mileage that car does. Not even mentioning that that's a pickup truck and this is like a little bitty sedan. I could go in there and I could kind of stretch the truth and mention half truths here and there, withhold other information, and leave you in the position where I haven't lied to you directly, but I did not paint a realistic picture. But that's what salespeople do, because they want you to buy it. They want you to be excited for it. That's just how this works. And in the case of Bethesda, they also, of course, want to highlight and frame everything around it being really cool and really impressive. But that also, I feel like, for them, leads to situations where they say things that are not, that are very easy to misconstrued. And Bethesda's fan base is based a lot around, because there's so much time between releases, there is a whole lot of speculation that happens. There's a whole lot of hyping up that happens. There's a lack of transparency from creators on what's real and what is, I guess, invented or exaggerated. So you end up with a lot of people thinking the game's going to be one way when it's just frankly not. And one of the ways you deal with that maybe is with like creator events, where you actually invite people out to the studio to play the game so they know exactly what the game is and they answer those tough questions directly. But that's probably not that likely to actually happen. Other things that they can do, I mean, for the Elder Scrolls 6, I think it's going to be tough, but I think what they have to do, kind of unlike Starfield, is probably like extended gameplay looks, where they'll give access to the game to maybe IGN or GameSpot, or even to players through a demo or something. But they just give people the access to the game to play it for like an hour, and they have an hour of exploration gameplay of Elder Scrolls 6, and you can just see what the game is like for an hour. Like, that's all they really need to do. Just let them play for an hour. Let players see what it actually is like. No Unknown, I have no idea what Sweet Baby Inc. is. Is that the thing people were talking about earlier in the stream with the CoffeeZilla video? I've not seen the video yet, so I don't know if that's the same thing, but if there's some scandal with it, I haven't heard about it yet. Honestly, I prefer not knowing much about the game, or when it releases before it does. I really like being positively surprised by Todd's approach, maybe. I get that. I agree. It's better to know nothing about a game and be surprised with how amazing it is. That's one of the most fun feelings ever, like to just go in blind and then be blown away. That's awesome. I totally agree. However, when you're talking about a game or a studio with a history of let's say, problematic behavior and approaches to things, that trust to just buy a game for $70 and hope it's good is eroded. It's gone. Like, I think if you want to just go into a media blackout with whatever Larian does next, or with whatever Rockstar does next, GTA 6, that's fine. You're going to get the game day one, spend $70 on it, and probably have a great time and be like, wow, this is great. I'm having a great time. I think that will probably happen with either of those two examples. With Bethesda, I think they've forfeited that goodwill, and it's not a given that will be justified. The one thing you could say is that with them now being an Xbox company, with it coming to Game Pass day one, if you have Game Pass, it's just like, okay, well, I'll just come along and I'll just download it for free, basically, because I'm already paying for it. I'll just pay the $15 a month or whatever it is, and I'll get the game day one, and it's going to be awesome, and voila. You know, that could be very fair. That could be very fair. I think for us, it's that they are selling copies of the game still. And with all of this, I mean, time is worth something too. Like, downloading the game downloading the game and playing it is worth something as well. And the mental energy involved is worth something. And if you don't think your time is valuable, I'd say that's a problem with you. You got to figure that out, my friend. Start valuing your time, and you'll go far in life. That's the first big step to success. Luke's inspiration of the day. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a handful of things that they could do to actually improve the game and or improve their standing with fans and to convince players that things are going to be different. I think that there are things they could do. What do I think they actually do? I mean, honestly, out of all of these, do I think they swap engines? No, I don't think they do. I don't think they swap engines. I think that they're going to keep the creation engine. And honestly, I think we probably see many of the same issues in the Elder Scrolls 6. I think we'll see constant load screens. I think we're going to see all of that. I don't think anything's going to change. So I think that's going to be a thing. Or not going to be a thing. I don't think they're swapping engines. Transparency, I also don't see any reason to think that this is going to magically change. If anything, they're just doing the same thing they've been doing for years. Except now they're using their customer support team to use AI to write messages telling fans that they're wrong for not liking the game. And there's been no direct response from leadership within the company saying, hey, we disown that. We don't know what they're talking about. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions and we respect our players' opinions. If they came out and said that, if Todd did that, I would respect it a lot more. But instead, they're just pretending like it didn't happen. It's really, really weird. No lies. I don't think you can teach an old dog new tricks, honestly. I think Todd's going to keep hyping stuff up the same way he always has. And frankly, I don't see him taking any backseat on the marketing or promotion of any of these games. I just don't see him doing it. And I don't think Xbox would want him to do that. I mean, he's a huge asset. He's great at selling games. Granted, he usually does it through a little bit of this, at least through omission. So that's a problem, but I don't see him going anywhere and I don't think anything's going to change on his end. So yeah, value my time. So beat connect, you're damn right. And then managing expectations. Again, I don't think this happens because it's Todd and it's Bethesda and they don't want you to be less excited for the game. So if you get a little bit of a misconception as to what the game actually is, that's just a happy little accident at the end of the day. Extended gameplay looks, I think we actually could see this. So I would say that this is actually a pretty strong possibility. If they just want people to see how great the game is, they just do, maybe they have a whole new dungeon system in the Elder Scrolls 6 or something, kind of like in D&D where it's like, hey, you want to level? Just go to one of these dungeons that's kind of procedurally generated and go knock yourself out. I think they probably do extended gameplay looks of stuff like that. So I'd say we probably see that. I don't think this bodes that well. As for fans being honest, this is happening. So I'm very happy to say, I should have done a check mark. So this is happening. I'm very happy to say fans seem to be honest about this stuff. And then as for Bethesda reflecting, as of right now, I've seen no evidence that they are. I think it would be really easy for them to do it. But again, there's been not a whole lot. They've said, we've got plenty of patches coming. They say that they're going to be bringing new forms of traversal to the game. A new expansion is coming next year, soon to be this year. You're probably seeing this in 2024 if you're watching the clip. So I would say that makes sense. That maybe they have reflected a little bit on some of the feedback. So I would say this is probably a maybe. We'll see it, but I'm optimistic. So all told, is this enough to like win people over and convince people that it's going to be good and the game is going to be solid and a great time? Probably not. I think people will be very skeptical of the Elder Scrolls 6, but still there's going to be a crazy hype. And as we all know, hype makes you stupid. But you guys will not be one of those people. You guys will be here with me. And we will be making fun of the people that are being irrational because it's funny. So we'll be together and we'll do that. And we will not be fooled, Todd. We will not be fooled. I would love the game to end up being amazing. I would love it. But let's be honest, I don't think much of this is going to shake or change. Ugh. But interesting video from Maddie. Hot take of keeping the creation engine. I get what he's saying. But I think the core disagreement is just that the creation engine, you can say it didn't hold back Skyrim. That technically, I guess, is true. But we're also talking about a decade ago with different hardware and different things. So I just don't think it's the same. I just don't think you can compare the two. I don't think you can compare the two. It's a different world. It's a different world. You can be like, hey, we don't need computers. Maybe this is a good example. You can say we don't need computers as a tool, the newest tool for designing buildings and bridges. We don't need CAD. We don't need any of that stuff because like the Romans were building bridges with nothing but a quill and paper back in 100 AD. So clearly they don't need it. They don't need it. We don't need it. We can build bridges and buildings and stuff. We don't need computers to run simulations or anything. It's fine. And it's like, but bro, they didn't have access to modern tools, or in this case, in 2011, they didn't have access to the Unreal Engine 5 or other tool sets that were available. And then also, at the same time, that doesn't mean that because they did it a certain way back then, the same way is ideal today. Like today, we can do it with all these computer simulations to calculate, okay, if this type of earthquake hits, how is it going to respond? Is this going to stay structurally sound? No. Well, let's add a column here. All of a sudden, it withstands a level 5 or a category 5 or hurricane too. And oh, this is amazing. That's something we couldn't have done with just a quill and some paper and papyri or whatever. So, you know, just because it worked that way back then does not mean that we should do it the same way today. You know, I think it's the same kind of fallacy at the end of the day. Having a blind faith in a studio is a privilege that must be won over. From and Capcom are those for me. Yeah, Cass, I think that that's probably fair. I think it's easy to burn that goodwill. But like From, I think is very good at it. Capcom has been doing amazing work recently. Rockstar's been doing amazing work. So I think it's fair to look at those and give them more of a benefit of the doubt than some of these other studios. And if we start to hear things and maybe hear some red flags and see some red flags that are concerning about GTA 6 or about some of these other games, then yeah, I think you could be worried about that and you could bring that up. But as of right now, I mean, I think that that's totally fair. So honestly, people are saying this video is going to be a roller coaster. I don't think this was that much of a shell shock. But I don't think he had that many hot takes in this. I think that this was probably pretty reasonable and well balanced. I didn't feel like it was that far out of left field, so I'll take it. Yeah, blind faith in general is a great way to get deceived and tricked. I agree, Milk Dud. I think what they're saying is not necessarily blind faith, it's informed trust is a better way of saying it, where their opinion has been informed by the past behavior and performance and I guess just behavior of the studios in question. So they're looking at their track record and determining that they're trustworthy based off of that. So I think that's fair. Yeah, trust and high expectations. Yeah, exactly. Top 5 best looking games this year. Liza P was beautiful. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty was beautiful. Hogwarts honestly looked really good, especially the environments. The faces were all kind of weird. Everybody looked like siblings, but it was still a beautiful game in a lot of ways. Baldur's Gate 3 looks fantastic. Final Fantasy 16 is gorgeous. Resident Evil 4 remake is gorgeous. There's been a lot of very, very good looking. Oh yeah, Alan Wake 2, that's probably the biggest. Duh. Yeah, Alan Wake 2 is gorgeous. Yeah. I'm trophy hunting in Callisto Protocol. I love it. Oh, awesome. I appreciate that, Spirit Horizon. Glad to have you here. Have you reacted to Maddie's new video on how to fix Bethesda? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Oh, Brennan. I'll tell you what. Just did it. You can go back in the VOD. It's just the thing we just wrapped up, so you're good. Okay, let's do a little palate cleanser real quick. Okay, this is from Unscripted. This is a friend of the channel, and he makes great stuff, does an amazing job. And if you've probably seen some of his stuff before, but basically he uses AI and different things. How they describe it, we're unscripted. We scrape original audio off cool visuals, smash them into a blender, and recalibrate them to tell our own story using AI cloning and single voice artists. So he can take certain things or like press conferences and stuff and then use AI and different things to make it funny and rework it. So this is his video on the Game Awards. I've not seen it. I'm ready to see this though. I'm excited. I always lose at everything he does. Blue guy. The polished turd.
Introducing your host, Timothée Chalamet, Timothée Chalet by the Sea, Paul Atreides.
Thank you. The technical brilliance of the 4 nominees for the Glitch of the Year were truly inspiring. Here with a medley celebrating each of these games, once again, Lorne Balfe and the Glitch Awards Orchestra.
The nominees for Glitch of the Year awards are Gollum.
Dude, I want this show. This is way better than anything Jeff's done. Oh man, it was so bad. Like, it was so bad they shut down the studio. They're not making video games anymore.
Spiderman 2.
Spiderman. Yeah, I actually had a handful of bugs too. Oh yeah, there was that bug where you could keep playing as Venom even outside of the Venom sequences. Oh yeah, the little cube. Just into a building.
Redfall.
I forgot Redfall was this year.
You're dead. I need some help.
Starfield.
Starfield.
You on my mind a lot.
Oh man.
I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, this babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen.
The faces, man. Remember when everybody was like, no, the faces actually look way better. I think they look more soulless and lifeless than even in Fallout 4. With the haunting faces.
Hey, you. Finally awake. You were trying to play Elder Scrolls 6, right? Welcome to the eternal nightmare. Same as us. And that modder over there.
It's just a matter of time until they port us again.
Oh, here we go.
How many times I say $60 is enough?
He always says that.
Oh no! Here it comes again!
It's time for the next port. This is gonna get real.
It's got real meta real quick.
We're going to next gen. Brace Are we back? F you, Todd. Everyone okay? Okay, we're back. Well, I think it's pretty easy to say who the winner is. And the glitch of the year is Baldur's Gate 3.
Todd even gets shafted in the parody, man. Oh, man. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, go send Unscripted some love. Oh, so good. So good. I mean, it always just amazes me, like, to just think now at how much of a meme a lot of this stuff has become and how much crap Todd gets with all of this. Because Todd, like, back in 2015, I remember, because I was at the peak of, like, Fallout 4 hype and everything. I wasn't making really YouTube videos or anything, but like, except like videos to 5 people out there, you know, like really cringy stuff. And I remember when Todd came on stage, like, you would have thought that this was, I don't even know who you could compare it to. Like, it was just a rock star, an absolute rock star comes out on stage and it's just like amazing. It's amazing. But now all of that goodwill is just burnt. It's amazing how quickly that can happen. Yeah, and then the please wrap it up sign pops off. Yeah, exactly. Please wrap it up. Wrap it up. Oh man, Jeff. What a guy. It feels like every year the Game Awards, they just have like one huge mistake and thing that people hate, and then the next year they swing too far the other way. Like, hey, too many mobile games. So he's like, okay, so how about we do live service game ads instead, like Fortnite, Lego Fortnite and stuff. So they do that, and everybody's like, oh my God, can you chill? And next year it's going to be back to mobile games, let's be honest. And then, like, last year people made fun of Christopher Judge spending 8 minutes during his acceptance speech. And so this year he swings too far the other way and is just, it's just going to be like this forever. Swing it back and forth. Back and forth. Speaking of swinging back and forth, there are a few things that Jeff Keighley, or few people that love Kojima as much as Jeff Keighley, to the point where something will swing. This is really, it's a genital joke, is what I'm making right now. Swinging like a pendulum is, you know what? Okay. It's not my best transition ever. I'll grant you that. Anyway, the thing is, everybody knows that Jeff Keighley has a bromance for Kojima. Okay. Yong also has a huge hard-on for Kojima. It's like a thing. I don't know what it is, but he's obsessed with him and can never let it go. It's really, really uncomfortable, honestly. So let's just see what this is. Apparently, PT and Silent Hills hints have been discovered in Kojima's OD game reveal, trailer, and presentation. Now here's the deal. This stuff like actively gives me a headache. I'm going to watch it with you guys because it can be funny and interesting. And maybe there are actual like little tidbits in here that are true. Who knows? I have no idea. I have no idea. But I also don't really get the hype around Kojima, honestly. Like, I've tried. I thought Death Stranding was fine in terms of gameplay. It's very relaxing. I do play it occasionally on like rainy days because it's just fun to run around and deliver packages. But I think the story is one of the most asinine, bafflingly stupid things I've ever experienced in my life. And if I could scrub it from my brain, I would do it because, like, again, if anybody is like, no, it's actually really good. I'm like, bro, he names entire characters just Die Hard Man. And they're like, we have to save the United States. You go across the entire country and you see like 4 people. And they're all holograms because they couldn't find a way to actually put them in the game. It's like, this doesn't really feel like a world worth saving. And like all the wildlife you see in the opening of the video game, yeah, none of that's actually in the world. The whole world is totally dead. And it's narratively possible for them to be in there because they're in the opening section of the game and then just never seen again. There's just many weird things about Death Stranding. But anyway, I think Kojima is a great like game director and designer, but he needs to have an executive producer, or he needs to have a big corporate bigwig that keeps him on a leash. Otherwise, he just makes Death Stranding, and it's like got 20-minute cutscenes that nobody can recite or tell you, because it could have been communicated in 15 seconds, but instead he spends 20 minutes just blabbering.
Just what are you up to, buddy? What a crazy shenanigans will you present us with your new game OD, which is already dropping some pretty heavy hints about some potential connections with other well-known IPs, or he could just be pulling us along. I don't know. But before I go into that, let's talk about OD itself. It was presented during the 2023 Game Awards. It is labeled a Hideo Kojima game, so it is a video game, though Kojima also said that it's also a movie and a new form of media, whatever that means.
Exactly. It doesn't really mean anything, because he also said Death Stranding was a new genre of video games, which, I mean, I don't know how you'd say that. Like, I guess there haven't been many UPS delivery driver simulator games released, so maybe you could say that. But he said it was a new genre because of how you connected and worked with players. And I was like, dude, have you never played Dark Souls? Like, have you never played Dark? Like, there are all those signs on the floor to say, like, and they kind of meme with you and joke, like, treasure this way ahead, and then it's just a cliff, so they trick players into leaping off the cliff, and it's honestly kind of funny. But then there's often like actual help, and they'll warn players that there's a boss around the corner, stuff like that, which honestly is just as much of a Strand type game as Death Stranding was, where other players are building bridges and leaving ladders and gear behind for you to use. Like, it's the same basic concept. I don't really understand why when Kojima does it, all of a sudden it's a novel, crazy thing, you know?
And the Xbox logo was prominently featured, and apparently this is going to leverage Xbox Cloud Gaming, so whatever this is, it'll be fascinating, no doubt. And this trailer didn't really show us much.
Yeah, I've said before, and I will stick to my guns on this, this is one of the most god-awful trailers I've ever seen for anything. I don't know what on earth I'm supposed to take away from it. I don't know why he thought that this would excite people. And all the more bafflingly, Jeff Keighley decided to give this like a solid 7-8 minutes at the Game Awards. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like, this is nothing. This is a face scan of an actress, a couple of actresses and an actor, and that's it. Like, I just don't understand why anybody thought this was a good idea. But still, his fans are probably lapping it up.
It showed us, I think, what is essentially some like facial capture performance footage. I think it's them just kind of like testing out the technology with the actors, and some of the actors include Sophia Lillis, Hunter Schafer. Now, this particular part of the trailer actually has a hint that you'll likely not notice at first sighting. I'll get to that in a bit. And then somebody else involved is Udo Kier, and the trailer concludes with this already memed footage of the girl screaming here, followed by the title OD, a Hideo Kojima game, and it leverages Unreal Engine technology and 3Lateral, which deals with like MetaHuman, which is the character creator and character model and character animation creator that Unreal Engine leverages. That's a really powerful tool, so characters are going to look awesome. There's the For All Players and Screamers tagline alongside the Xbox Game Studios logo. It was also revealed that Jordan Peele is involved in this project, and for those...
Yeah, and this was so cringy too. Like, I think it pissed me off, and it pissed a lot of other people off, because Jeff had been rushing everybody else off stage and not giving anybody a chance to actually thank their teams and their families and stuff at a Game Award show. And then they bring on a celebrity who I guess we're all just supposed to love. Like, here's the thing. I think Key and Peele is one of the best sketch comedy shows of all time. I think it's hilarious. Everything they did was brilliant. I love that show. I watch clips of it to this day, and they always crack me up. However, why should I give a crap what he thinks about a video game? Like, respectfully, all due respect, which in this case is not very much, because he has no idea what he's doing with video games. He's made a couple of horror movies, which I guess makes him a genius now. I just don't get it. Like, I just don't I don't understand it. I don't get it. And then it also reaffirms with Hideo, he does this too, where he just constantly is putting whatever celebrities in his stuff he can. He goes and has dinner with them and always makes sure to share a picture. Like, it's the same thing with Jeff, where they're all just in it seemingly to meet as many celebrities as they can and get that social status. It also explains why they make such a hard effort towards getting the love and adoration of Hollywood. Like, you know how I think it was last year, 2022, when they brought out Pacino, was it? Did they bring out Al Pacino? Was that who it was? They bring out like a bunch of Hollywood head honchos and famous actors and actresses and stuff, even though they have nothing to do with the game in question or the Game Awards or anything. It's just they're brought out because their grandkids watch the Game Awards and they thought it'd be fun, and Jeff Keighley would get to meet them and have dinner with them. It's just really strange. It's really, really strange. And I actually I knew a couple of people that went to the Game Awards and went to the post-show party, because there's apparently a big party where you can just kind of show up if you're one of the VIPs. And I don't know if he was supposed to tell me this, so I won't say who it was. But basically he said that at the party, it was just the most weird, awkward thing ever, because Jeff just surrounded himself with whoever was famous that went to the party, which wasn't everybody, but like he just would try to huddle around and keep the celebrities with him off in this corner, and everybody else was just kind of off in another corner. It was like prom all over again, where the popular kid clique is over there and you're not allowed to enter or say hi because you're not included. It was just really, really weird. Yeah. Meanwhile, Idris was in the game and didn't show up. Yeah. No, can you tell he just doesn't care? I think he was probably off filming something, honestly, but what are you going to do? Yeah, anyway, the whole obsession with Hollywood and getting Hollywood approval for the games industry is so cringy to me. It's like, no, they should be coming to you guys to get approval, not the other way around. Gaming is thriving and flourishing. Meanwhile, cinema is struggling with constant difficulties getting anything of substance out.
Who don't know, beyond, Key and Peele and, beyond his acting endeavors, Jordan Peele is also a pretty prominent movie director, and he's tackled the horror genre, and he's done so pretty effectively. So this partnership, I think, is also kind of exciting. So that's all we know.
I mean, I'll be honest, I watched his films in sort of a fever dream. I was sick, and I was like, I got nothing better to do. And of course, no spoilers in case you want to see them yourself. We'll not do anything like that. But I found them to be kind of mediocre horror films. I didn't find them to be that remarkable. After all the hype, I was like, okay, well, like they weren't bad, which I guess is an accomplishment because a lot of horror movies are just bad. But I didn't find him to be like very impressive either. I was like, okay, whatever.
About the game at first sight. But then we delve into some of the hints that Kojima has dropped that might hint at a connection between OD and PT, as well as Silent Hill. Now, on one hand, this could just be Kojima being cheeky, or it could very well indicate that there is some kind of conspiracy here that we don't know about, that Kojima's trying to kickstart, because that's what Kojima does. The game really begins not when the game launches, but with the marketing campaign. So the first hint is a fairly obvious one. So after the trailer played during the Game Awards.
Yeah, 8 minutes they spent on this. 8 minutes they spent on this. Meanwhile, the acceptance for the game of the year for Baldur's Gate 3, he's thanking like his team and the developers that have passed away during the development of it, during COVID and everything. Meanwhile, like, Jeff's like, hurry it up. We got to give Kojima more time to ramble about a game that is clearly not ready to be shown.
This door showed up from which Kojima appeared. Now, people who are fans of PT will immediately recognize this door because it is literally the exact same door featured in PT. Here's a high-definition render of the PT door directly from the game, and if we go back to Kojima's door, you can see that it's literally the exact same door. It's got the exact same lamp or light bulb up top here, and going back here, you can see that the model of the door itself, the 4 panels here, the rectangular panels here, the color of the door, like it is damn near
very door-ish, dare I say?
Identical to the door seen in PT here. The one difference, I suppose, is that the knob and...
The one difference between it being a perfect match is that it's not a perfect match. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. I find this stuff so stupid and so funny at the same time. It's very entertaining.
The keyhole here doesn't have this metallic frame on it, but it's basically the exact same door.
It's basically the exact same door. You know, another term for that is that it's not the same door. It's similar, sure, but it's not basically the same. That's like an oxymoron.
Especially the fact that this
Dora,
light
the
bulb here
Explorer.
is featured in the exact same way that it's featured in PT. Kojima was very conscious, at least, about what he was doing here. As for what exactly he's hinting at, obviously only time will tell. Now, if it were this by itself...
Is it a hint if nobody knows what the hell it means? Like, in the studio right here, I could tell you right now, I have something behind me or in the studio that hints at a future project. Okay? Like, what does that tell you? Like, nothing is clear. You have no idea what I'm hinting at or what it, like, is it actually a hint if nobody knows what the hell you're trying to hint at or what it means? Like, I don't think so. I don't think that counts. You're just doing something to generate like some interest. Like, I think that's all it is. It's just hype farming.
My train of thought would be, this is just Kojima being cheeky. You know, there is a strong likelihood that there's no real connection to PT, and it's just him kind of calling back to his previous horror venture that really didn't end up working out. But then you look deeper into the trailer itself, and fans have already discovered a hidden message. The hidden message, ladies and gentlemen, is Atami. If you go through the trailer and frame freeze at specific moments where Udo Kier is talking, you'll actually discover that for a very brief moment throughout the course of this trailer, and very kind of hidden, you have to like almost like modify the image to really see this, you'll find hidden letters. So there's somebody here who actually captured every frame where the letters appear, and what it spells out is, here's the A, here's a T hidden like on the corner of his mouth, another A, here's an M, like it's very small, but it really is there, and then an I in the corner of his mouth here. That spells out Atami. So what's so special about Atami? Well, as somebody responded here, Atami is a city in Japan located in Shizuoka Prefecture, and the way you spell Shizuoka Prefecture in Japanese is with the following characters. And you can see right here, if we type those characters in Google Translate, it spells out Shizuoka. But what happens when you separate these two characters? When you individualize these characters?
Do you feel like you are entering psychosis yet? Just wait.
Well, the first character spells out silence, and then the second character translates to hill. It literally says Silent Hill.
It says Silence Hill, which is Widowy, the name of a game he was working on. Widowy. Like, what? Okay, like, here's the thing. I think I haven't verified the color alteration things. I've actually thought it would be really funny to make like an anonymous Reddit account and then go into some of these trailers and pretend like I found something like this. Just be like, okay, I freeze framed and this, and then I altered the colors and I tested it and I found these letters. If you, you know, the filters have to be precisely right, but then it clearly shows these letters here, and then it spells out this message clearly showing this, and just seeing if anybody ever fact checks me, like if anybody actually tries it themselves, because I think it'd be so funny just to troll people like that. To be fair and clear, I have never done it. Okay, maybe we'll do it as like a stream thing, and we'll see if it actually happens, but maybe we'll do that. But yeah, I who knows? I haven't tested this myself, so I don't know for a fact if the letters actually show up. I guess we could try that. Should we try it? I think I have Premiere still installed here. I think I do. I think I Widowy have it installed. OD game trailer. Should we do it? Let's do it live. Let me download the 4K version. Okay. Downloading. We're going to test it in real time. We're going to see if we can find the letters. Okay. We're gonna Widowy test it ourselves. Okay, it's downloading. And then we'll pull up this. Because then we can say clearly and confidently this is like confirmed. And the letters are there. And then we can move on from that. I am fully expecting the letters will actually be there, to be clear. I'm not expecting any trouble. So I just want to be clear on that. Okay. But then nobody can be like, you haven't tested it. Okay, so we'll do this, create project, and then I will Widowy download or import the footage. Okay. There. Okay, just converting it over to MP4. Okay. There we go. It is Widowy downloading. Okay, and then temp. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Likely mature 17. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. And we're going to have to fit 2x, like 800. No, that's not going to be that useful. Let's go 400. And we can go like down here a little bit. Widowy. Okay, and then they did a couple of color filters as well. Window effects, color, video effects, color correction, lumetric color. Let's do that. And then where's my controls window? All of my windows here are screwed up. Okay. Now we can crank like contrast down, and then we can also maybe increase this a little bit, try to bring out some shadows a little bit. Let's see. I think we might also have to pull out just a tad. Okay, so they said it appears oh, yeah. Yeah. For a single frame. For a single frame, where are you going? Nothing yet. Okay. Man, Kojima, I thought you were running a business. How does he have this much time on his hands? You know, like to go through frame by frame and then add in letters so some of these people see this stuff. T. Yeah, and it doesn't look like a compression issue. It looks like actual letters. Okay. Dude, I feel so psychotic doing this. Yeah, that's not a compression issue. Tom. Okay. I've never stared at an old man's mouth this much. Tom. And then I think it was over here on the right side. Maybe. 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 Man, this tongue is throwing me off. And then I think that, yeah, you could probably say that's an eye. Okay. Okay. Humans are gross. And then in real time.
The hungry, purple dinosaurs ate the kind-thingy fox, the jabbering crab, and the mad whale, and started wending and quacking.
Still a god-awful trailer, but the letters are there. Okay. Okay. Fact check confirmed. Already did more than some of these other creators did. That's what you get when you watch Luke Stevens live. I'll tell you what. We will dig into the mouth and the lips and the gums to find the hidden messages, okay? We do it live.
If you take the spelling of the Shizuoka prefecture and separate the characters and look at them individually. And so it's...
Okay, I guess we should fact check this as well.
That spells out Atami. So what's so special about Atami? Well, as...
So if we just Google Atami is a city, okay, and then these two symbols, it says 3 symbols. Where did he get the 2? Where did he get the 2?
Somebody responded here. Atami is a city in Japan located in Shizuoka.
Okay, the prefecture is that. Okay, so it's within the prefecture. Tsugame Bay. Okay. So then we'll look up this, and then this. This has 2 symbols though as well, or 3 symbols, not 2. That's what they're saying, right? Shizuoka. Yeah. Okay, well, so they did Google Translate. And then that. And it just translates directly to the prefecture. And then what did they do? They cut the last one. Quiet. So that one's, it's showing us Quiet. Quiet Hill. Quiet Hill Prefecture. If you do it individually. Okay. Okay. I'm tracking now. I'm tracking. So it's a space that's basically named after a quiet hill. Okay. Now, that seems to me kind of like a pretty clear nod. Does that mean that this is a Silent Hill game? Probably not, because Kojima doesn't really have access to the license as far as we know. But it could just be that it's like a little nod for fans. I don't know.
Shizuoka Prefecture, and the way you spell Shizuoka Prefecture in Japanese is with the...
But Ken is just on our... Okay, okay. Shocker, I don't know how to read Japanese. I know that might come as a surprise.
You can see right here, if we type those characters in Google Translate, it spells out Shizuoka. But what happens when you separate these 2 characters? When you literally says Silent Hill if you take them individually. And so it's almost like spelled out for us directly. Again, there's no way this is just some coincidence or just some kind of accident.
Oh no, I think Kojima is trolling a little bit. Like, he knows that Young's can make videos like this, and Jeff's probably called him late at night while in the bathtub painting his nails and has asked him like all of the ins and outs. I have no doubt.
Kojima must have done this very consciously, understanding the conversation that this will create. And I know there have been rumors circulating that Kojima and Konami have mended relationships enough where Kojima might be able to make something Silent Hill related if he desired to do so. But those are very much in the realm of speculation. There's no confirmation of any sort in that regard. And so it's hard to say for sure whether Kojima can even touch the Silent Hill IP or if it's something Konami is willing to lend to Kojima. and if that somehow happened behind the scenes, and if that's what Kojima's hinting at here, and OD is actually on some level tied to Silent Hill, and it is Kojima revisiting this project that fell apart because of the dispute between Kojima and Konami. And obviously, this is not going to be exactly PT or exactly Silent Hills. Obviously, completely different actors are involved, unless Norman Reedus is involved in this project and Kojima's still keeping that a secret or something along those lines. But at the very least, there's a conscious effort to draw attention to the Silent Hill IP and to PT on the part of Kojima. And the craziest thing that could happen would be if this all ultimately ended up being part of the Silent Hill universe, though we don't know if that's what's ultimately going to end up being the case. This could very much just be a case of Kojima saying this is a spiritual successor to PT, to Silent Hills, but it is a completely different project entirely. It's maybe him just hearkening back to those days and just kind of reminiscing about the project that was once meant to be, but an aspect of that he gets to carry on through OD, like the spirit of what the project was supposed to be, maybe will be imbued.
I don't get the point of this. Like, I grant you, many of the videos I make, you could probably ask, what's the point of this? Valid question. Just like I think it's a valid question. What are we doing? Like, okay, he hints at a quiet hill. I think it's clearly a nod towards PT, probably suggesting that, hey, this is kind of what I wanted to do with that, but this is like the evolution of it. I think that's where, like, that's all you have to say. That, and he's probably trolling, he's probably trolling some of his fans a little bit. Because they'll do it like this. If you guys were so crazy that you guys did this with my videos, I would start putting coded hidden messages in videos. Hell yeah, because it'd be so funny. Like, did you see Luke spelled out the secret word for oak wood in one of his videos in the background for just a single frame? The letters pop up. And so I found that, and I did some reverse Google searching, and I found out that there's actually a video game developer set and has their campus in a forest that's based around oak wood, and the studio is called Oak Games, and so clearly he's involved with the production of that. Like, I would do it so much. I would do it constantly. Maybe in the next videos I'll put some of those hidden messages and just see if anybody notices and goes crazy. Maybe I'll start putting coded messages, just being like, help me, or I've been kidnapped, or I'm not allowed to leave this room. And I'll just see if people start to spot it and lose their minds. I think that could be funny. You guys will be in on it, but everybody else, if they see it, that could be really funny. Why not?
With OD, even though it is its own unique IP, it'll be kind of a representation of some of the original ideas that he had with PT and Silent Hills. Maybe it's kind of just saying that. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure, but this is some crazy Kojima shit going on right here, and no doubt is going to keep discussions ongoing for the months and years to come as this game continues to be developed. And then one last thing to note about the trailer that's kind of interesting is the phrase that the actors speak in the trailer. So for those who want to check that out, here's what that looks like.
The hungry purple dinosaur ate the kind zingy fox, the jabbering crab, and the mad whale, and started bending and quacking.
Okay, so the phrase somebody decided to spell out on Reddit here is the hungry purple dinosaur ate the kind zingy fox, the jabbering.
I just want to know how Young is finding is he really just like browsing Reddit for stuff about OD? Like, is he that bored? Like, bro.
Crab, the mad whale, and started bending and quacking. So what the hell is this? It sounds like gibberish at first, but what this actually is a phonetic pangram. So
yeah, I thought this was known. It's they use this for like vocal warm-ups, musicians and actors and stuff. It's like, if you do tongue twisters before a show, because it goes through these difficult motions, so you're less likely to trip up on your words. It's the same kind of thing, The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, because it has all the letters in the alphabet, and so like this kind of thing is normal.
So I don't know if you've heard of the phrase, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. That is an alphabetic pangram that includes every single letter in the English alphabet. It's a phrase that I've personally used to essentially like test out keyboards and see like what my fingers feel like reaching to every letter in the alphabet.
You gotta see what your fingers feel like. Gotta keep tabs on those things, those bad boys. Yeah, pre-watch. Caught red-handed. I should have just hit play and shut up, and then they would have gotten to it.
Keyboard. As for what Kojima included in his trailer, this phrase right here, the phonetic pangram, it uses all the sounds or phonemes in the English language. Basically, every kind of sound that your mouth could produce speaking the English language, it's all apparently featured in this one phrase, just like how the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog includes every single letter in the alphabet. What the exact meaning of this is obviously hard to say because the trailer is so vague and this is all basically kind of gibberish here.
My takeaway was it just seemed like they were doing vocal warm-ups while in like the camera setup and they filmed it and then they used that. Like when I was doing plays and musicals before the show as part of our mic check, like you would do the mic check, and how they would do the mic check is you would go up on stage and then recite one of these things as like a tongue twister to get warmed up. So like, or as a way of going through different sounds or different things. Like it reminds me of the those Anchorman bloopers. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the exact one I'm thinking. Yeah.
Buttless chaps to the bat mitzvah. Bat mitzvah.
Oh, no! They're coming in through the back door! Oh no! Grab the children! Save the children!
Just as your vocal warm up. But instead, like Kojima used it as a part of the trailer. They're coming in through the back door! Yeah, the Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Crispy. Oh, man, there's so many good ones. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Man, I love those Anchorman bloopers. In some cases, they're funnier than the actual movie. Let's see. First time viewing live. Glad to have you, Dustin. Watch for always had similar thought processes. Luke. So it's great to see a community built around the same foundation. Oh yeah, man. We always have a great time. We always have a great time. I love Lamp. You're damn right. You better love Lamp. But yeah, it's just. Yeah, with all this, yeah, you're just being a hater. Yeah, my lack of interest in engaging in speculative nonsense. If that makes me a hater, yes, I'm a hater. Sure, you got me. You got me. I don't have the energy at the end of the day. I've been there. I've done this with some games, like, in years past when I was getting hyped for stuff, and I just don't find it productive. Like, what do you get from it? I just don't see it. Like, some people, they just love the process of the hype and getting excited for stuff. Like, they just love that. And I can understand it, but I think it just primes you to be disappointed too much. Like, the potential downside doesn't outweigh the positive of like the fun hype. It's like when I was making those videos about Starfield, telling people, hey, something about this just doesn't really make sense. I think people are getting overhyped, and go through all of this. And people on the subreddit were like, Luke's just trying to bash on our fun, and he just likes hating stuff and blah, blah, blah. And now those people are far more like shattered as a result of Starfield not living up to their hype and expectations, simply because of that. Like, nothing else happened other than that they allowed themselves to get more hyped. And the interesting thing was, I do remember one comment or one post where it was a guy asking, and I think we talked about it on stream. It was somebody asking, am I weird, or is there something wrong with me that I don't want to read or engage with content that will make me more critical? Like, basically he was asking, I don't like watching videos that make my hype level more tame. I don't like to have people talk me off the cliff. I like being hyped about stuff. And so I don't like watching that content. Is that bad? And some people were like, well, kind of, because you're building an echo chamber for yourself where you're only ever going to hear stuff that you want to hear. And that's never good for anybody. But one of the top comments was a guy that simply said, I am in this for the journey to the game's launch. He said, I'm here for the community of people that are hyped and excited for it. And that's why I'm here. Because I like the process of the hype and the speculation. That's what I like. And if the game ends up being awesome, great. If it ends up sucking, oh well. But for him, his hobby wasn't even like gaming or playing Starfield or other Bethesda games. His hobby was like engaging in the speculation and the hype about the game, which I had never heard somebody say. I had never even thought of that being a thing, but apparently that is a thing. And some people do just kind of go from thing to thing, bouncing from hype to hype to hype. They play the game maybe for like 50, 60 hours and that's it. Like, and then they move on to getting hyped over the next game. That's where most of their time is spent, in the subreddit for that game, which I found really interesting. I never heard that before, but apparently it's a thing. Yeah, Luke is using two mice, I guess, when he only needs one. What does that mean? It means Luke's developing a co-op game. Oh my God, you've got it. Yeah, Taylor, just earlier in the stream we went through that. I thought people were bracing me. People were like, oh, he's got some crazy hot takes. I didn't think he really had that many hot takes. Keeping the creation engine, I can understand why people might consider that a really hot take. I understood his point. I'd still disagree that he thinks like the creation engine's a great engine, because clearly it didn't hold them back with Skyrim. And what I would say is, well, yeah, that was a decade ago. So there were different standards of tech. There were different standards of what needed to be done. It was tolerable to have poor data and streaming data management because everything was built around hard drives. And so they didn't need that much data sent through constantly. So what are you going to do? Like it wasn't that big of a deal. But in the age of 2023, when everything's based around SSDs, it does matter. You do notice it. So it just, I disagreed with that point. I still think that it would be a net positive for them to shed the burdens of the creation engine, but let's be honest, they're not going to. They're not going to. Close down all these tabs. Okay. Okay, let's shift gears. New segment, Jacob. New segment. Yeah, I do have two mice. I'm not going to tell you why. Okay. You guys probably know why, but I'm not going to say it. I'm going to make you speculate. And if you look on it just right, there's a letter carved into one of the buttons. But you have to do all sorts of color alteration to see it. Okay. So, elephant in the room. There was a bit of a big old leak that happened on Christmas, on the day of our Lord Santa Claus. And it apparently was in the works for a while. It goes back to one of the big leaks that happened back, I think, with this original big leak of all the clips and stuff, I think earlier this year, late last year, whenever that was. And basically there's been a collection of base code, or what they call why am I blanking on the name? Source code. Source code. There was a leak of source code for Grand Theft Auto 5, a bunch of development footage, a bunch of data, scripts, different tools that Rockstar uses, and all this. Now, here's the thing. Recently, we had the Insomniac leak. And I made a video being like, I'm not going to go into all of this. I'm not going to break down everything. I'm not going to show you footage because it's not productive and it's not my content to share or show or anything like that. And in the case of GTA 5 leaks, it's a similar story. Like, if there's stuff in here that's going to be unproductive or is going to harm your experience with future games that they're putting out, like, for example, as far as I know, this is not in the leaks, but if there were story leaks with GTA 6 where, like, it's the full script of the game just leaked, of course I wouldn't share that. I wouldn't talk about it. I wouldn't do any of that stuff, okay? I wouldn't even touch it. However, what we're talking about here is a bunch of, like, details for endings that were cut from Grand Theft Auto 5, or potential plans for DLC for Grand Theft Auto 5 that ended up being cut and abandoned and things like that. So in this case, I don't find ignoring it to be productive. I think discussing this, it's like finding old clips of like, you guys remember just a few weeks ago when that original test footage of the original design of Shrek dropped? Let me see. Yeah, original Shrek test from 1995. This dropped, and it's an original test animation for Shrek before they fully greenlit the film and produced it. And like, this is what they thought Shrek was going to look like. I don't know what music is. But like this is a leak. This was something that they didn't want released, that they didn't plan on it. But we're talking about something so many years ago. Nobody's really, being harmed by showing this, right? And in the case of talking about the GTA 5 leaks, it's like we're talking about DLC that's never going to get made. Or we're talking about endings that were cut and were never going to be seen. So, like, what are you going to do? I'm of course not going to show any of the specific stuff because, again, it's of a questionable nature. But basically, all you need to know is that a ton of source code has been leaked. A ton of this stuff has been dropped, and it's a problem because now they have the actual blueprints for basically how these games are made, and that leads to potential issues with exploits. That leads to issues with hackers in GTA Online. On the flip side, it can lead to a lot of cool stuff with mods, because the modders now have basically the original plans for the game, the original source material, and they can work with it. So you're going to see some crazy mods coming out of this, I'm sure, but it's still crazy. Like, this is a very big deal. One of the things that also happened, wasn't CDPR, weren't they hacked? Like, this was years ago, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it was a ransomware attack in like 2 years ago. Yeah, this is ringing a bell. Oh, thank you, my babe.
And Ryan brought you a banana.
You got the banana?
No, he brought it for you, but he took it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, my good sir. Thank you. You guys say hi to everybody.
Say hi, bud.
I'm just a baby. You living your best life?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my goober. He's a goober. You being nice to your mother?
Yeah, really happy today.
Yeah, you feeling good? Oh, no. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Yeah, we were, I was bringing up that DSP constantly accidentally calls his wife his mom.
Oh, no.
And it's really uncomfortable because he does it a lot. And he's just like, yeah, so we're making dinner and my mom made this casserole. Oh, not my mom, my wife. And he does it a lot, like so much that it's really uncomfortable. So that's why they're being like, oh, hi, Luke's mom. Because that's what we're referring to.
That's not good.
Yeah, dude, it's so awkward. It's so awkward. Well, be nice to your mother. I'm going to try to wrap up. Ooh, I like your watch.
Yeah. It feels ridiculously big for my little wrists.
Yeah. You do get used to it. It felt big on mine too. Hi. Put that thing away. Put that tongue away. Okay, I wasn't being serious. You could keep it out. That's okay. This is a gooby right here. A gooby guy. Oh, you weren't here, Dari? Yeah, it's a whole thing. I love you. I seen a little bit, okay?
Love you.
Okay. This guy, man, I tell you what. Okay, love you. Ooh, thank you. Taco salad. An actual salad.
This is ridiculously small.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, let's see. Despite the company's recovery efforts, it still faces potential fallout. The attackers apparently stole source code for not only Cyberpunk 2077, but other CD project games like The Witcher 3, an unreleased version of The Witcher 3, and Gwent. Attackers also say they stole business information like investor relations, HR, and accounting data. CDPR says there is no evidence that customer data was acquired. This is one of the theories, Because when did CDPR moving to Unreal? When did they announce that they're moving to the Unreal Engine? Let's see. Like April of 22. A live stream, the State of Unreal 22. Yeah. So basically a year later, they decided to do it. So this actually could be why. And this has been theorized, is that there was a big leak where they had a bunch of stuff hacked and they stole the source code for their Red Engine. And that was one of the reasons they decided to go into Unreal Engine, because all of their proprietary stuff was now basically public, which is crazy. Yeah, Luke also has half a banana on his desk. Half banana, orange. You're right. Half-Life thing confirmed. Exactly. So yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. And I forget what they said specifically about it. Cyberpunk. It's like one of the last things they probably would have shown. I'll just have to here little YouTube hack for you. If you go more, and then show transcript, you can do Control F and search for CD Projekt. Okay, right here, little YouTube hack for you. Jump straight to the thing you're looking for. Oh wait, it's muted.
Microsoft and the Coalition make Unreal Engine better for everyone. CD Projekt Red are experts in open-world game design, with The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077 combining freedom of exploration with compelling storytelling in unparalleled fashion. Through a new partnership with Epic, CD Projekt Red is building a brand new Witcher saga with UE5.
Our cooperation with Epic has just started. It was the shift towards open world support that brought Unreal Engine 5 to our attention.
So there was one demo that happened last year that was the medieval environment demo, where at one point there's a notice board that looks strangely familiar to things we've done in the past, that has even a sign that says Monster Slayer Wanted. And I'm like, are they trying to tell us, come over to Unreal Engine, look how great your games could look on there? Was that whole demo made with that nefarious purpose? I don't know, but it definitely caught my eye.
This opens a new chapter for us, where we really want to see how our experience on building open world games gets combined with all the engineering power of Epic.
One of the things that is really important to keep in mind when talking about open world games versus, let's say, more linear games is the possibilities of the things that can go wrong, or the scenarios that you have to consider are exponentially higher than linear games. Players can go in whatever direction that they want. They can handle content in any order that they want, theoretically. And to really encapsulate that means that you need a really stable environment where you can be able to make changes with a high level of confidence that it's not going to break in 1,600 other places down the line.
Unreal Engine is like a toolbox which has a lot of features, a lot of solutions already there that allow teams to just try new stuff. The fact that Unreal is used by a lot of teams already in the world, a lot of perspectives are projected into the design of the tools, and that helps the tool to be way more agile. So all in all, it's a really, really cool technology to prototype and make environments really quickly, really beautiful.
And this is the thing, if you've never watched the demos for this, for Unreal Engine, it's crazy. Bethesda Game Studio is saying that they can't switch from Creation Engine because they can build stuff faster in Creation Engine. It's just ridiculous. The level of stuff you can do in Unreal quickly, even when you have no idea what you're doing, like me, is crazy. I've gone in here, I've downloaded Unreal Engine through the Epic Launcher. You can do it too. And you can start messing around with some of the demo areas that they create and just seeing how the tools work. And it's insane. It's actually insane. So I think there's multiple perks of them moving, but this is the thing where for CD Projekt Red to walk away from their Red Engine is wild, but it's probably because of that hack and the ransomware thing. And then it's also probably because of all the perks and benefits of basically having Epic run the engine for them and do all the coding, and then they get to just focus on making games, which is what they do best, basically. So makes sense. We'll finish hearing them talk about what it can do for them, and then we'll switch back to the Grand Theft Auto thing.
And very realistic. Epic and CD Projekt Red are the two companies that really want to achieve something great. We won't stop just, by developing some features. We won't stop there, yeah? We will continue to work together to achieve something extraordinary in the end.
Thank you to the CD Projekt Red team for providing this great insight into why you are placing your bets on UE5. We've touched upon how great storytellers are turning...
So, does this mean that all these games are going to look the same because now everybody's moving over? I mean, I think it's a concern. I think it's probably going to be one of those things where a lot of these games start to look very similar, probably. And I've mentioned this before as like a red flag. You need to be ready because a lot of these games are going to start to look graphically really good in trailers and stuff. And that's not necessarily a given that the game's going to be good. Okay. So a game can look really good in a trailer, does not mean that it will convert to gameplay. Okay. So you're going to see a lot of indie games, a lot of day before like games that are pitched as if this is like the second coming and this small team you've never heard of makes this graphically amazing thing. And then it turns out it's all just free assets and then Unreal Engine doing the rest of the work. Okay. So just be ready for that because we're going to see a lot of really beautiful garbage games come out in the span of just a few years. Buckle up. It's going to happen. So, let's see, with all this, with the GTA leak though, like I said, I'm not going to go into any details or anything, but basically there was a bunch of little bitty leaks and then somebody compiled it and was able to get it running. And, yeah, I mean, it's just all sorts of stuff. There's DLC leaks, mission and weapon sheets, DLC concepts, information from Bully, which apparently has been canceled and walked away from, and these are not as exciting as you might have thought. Like they're kind of really boring, like ooh, scandalous. Like, just to be clear, it's not as much stuff as you might have thought, but it does show that they were in fact working on Bully 2 at some point before walking away from it. They've been working on GTA 6 forever. And for us, I mean, it's more just a lot of stuff we already knew about, but now we can actually see the real versions of it. But man, it's crazy how much data this guy was able to pull. It's absolutely crazy. There's also information about the game Agent, which was seemingly abandoned. They might still be working on it secretively, but probably not. Yeah, there's just a lot of crazy stuff in here going back years and years and years, and it's all leaked, which is it's just wild. It's wild to see this happen like this, and then for them to do it on Christmas Day is even more like, that's even more crazy. It's just wild. So we'll see what impact this has. Of course, I'm not saying that we're going to see Rockstar move to Unreal or anything. I don't think they would ever do that, but it's going to change how a lot of this stuff will work with online, with cheat detection. Like, it just got a lot easier to crack some of these games. A lot easier. Please don't tell me that's a zucchini on your desk. Where? I don't. Oh, the salad? I don't see a zucchini. I would never eat zucchini willingly. What are you talking about? Let's see. This is why everyone needs to keep OPSEC in check. In the plastic. Oh no, it's a salad. It's a salad. Let's see. So many leaks this month. Yeah, dude, for real. So many leaks. So many leaks. Can you Google Sweet Baby Inc? Because it's been bullying AAA games to do. Yeah, what is this Sweet Baby Inc? People keep asking about it. Or is this some sort of prank? To like get me to Google stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I see some videos and stuff, but I'm kind of scared to click on them because I don't really know what these entail. So I don't really know. It's the Anita Sarkeesian group that works with gaming companies to make them more woke. Oh, interesting. That's where she went. Let's see. Okay, let's see this. There's a video from Vara Dark on it. Let's see. I've not seen or heard about any of this, so let's see. Oh wait, hold up. Oh my god. I'm a professional.
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is a game that has faced a lot of backlash and it hasn't even released, primarily because of its live service model and just the mediocre looking gameplay, but now a ton about the game has leaked and it reveals a return of a dead villain and the disrespectful end to Kevin Conroy's final outing as Batman. I have a few different things that I want to show off, but before we get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, follow me on social media, and consider supporting through Patreon or via YouTube memberships. So I wanted to start off with this Bounding into Comics article, and it's going to be what I'm primarily referencing. It says its position as the follow-up to the developer's widely lauded Arkham trilogy, a tired gear system, uninspiring open-world gameplay, and a cast that reeks of multimedia synergy. Now, this is a game that I have been mildly excited for just because it seemed like the initial teasers that we got for it looked pretty cool, but over the past few months as we've gotten closer to release, things have just not been looking the way I think everybody expected them. Of course, this game was delayed twice, and they were not short delays. It has been delayed in totality by a year and a half, so it just seemed like they weren't exactly sure what they were doing because they tried to respond to backlash over the, live service elements and the uninspired open world gameplay, but they haven't really done that much to change it from what we've seen. But it says there are no shortage of reasons why players have found themselves disinterested in the upcoming game, and thanks to a recent leak, they can now add the reversal of a villain's attempted redemption and an absolutely disrespectful conclusion to voice act.
I mean, I do want to be careful because I don't want to accidentally share any leaks that people might not want to see. Because it looks like she might get into it. I'm just trying to skip around. Let's see. I've seen some of this stuff. Yeah, there's a couple of things in here. I've talked about some of the... somebody asked me about the alleged story leak, and some of the story leaks were admitted to have been made up, so we don't really know what actually is actually going to happen in the game. We don't know what's real or what's not. But I will say, out of the stuff that's happened or that's alleged to happen in the game, there's nothing I've heard that would make Suicide Squad bad because of that. I think there's very valid reasons to not give Suicide Squad the benefit of the doubt, but I think based on those story leaks and the stuff they allege in those, I think being upset about those or not playing the game for those reasons is pretty stupid, because again, not saying anything specific, but it's literally in the name of the game. So what are we doing? As for other things, it looks like, let's see. Oh, is this really what they're talking about? Hold on. I'm bouncing forward into the rest of the article to make sure it doesn't reveal any extra leaks. Yeah, I don't think this says anything too specific because this is from Arkham Knight. So with this, like, people were saying that, oh, they're going woke because their Poison Ivy is in a small version. It's like mini Ivy that's not full sexy Poison Ivy, so that's going woke. I don't understand that. I think that's also a really stupid reason to call it, and it kind of hurts your own argument if you're grasping at straws that much. Like, they showed that in the whatever state of play thing that they did recently. Or not state of play, I guess. It was whatever their recent reveal was of new information. And honestly, like, I just think that that's a really stupid reason to be upset. Like, I don't, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's Suicide Squad. It's the recent one that they did, episode 2. And oh my god, so loud. And then it was this thing that they show at the very end where they're like very open. Hey, these are story spoilers. Yeah, with this. And they were saying, look, Ivy now is a little girl. This is woke garbage. I have, like, if that's woke garbage, I seriously have no idea what woke means. I'm genuinely lost. Like, you're upset that the 9-year-old girl is not super sexy? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I just don't understand it, dude. I just can't keep up. I'm only 26 years old, and I've never felt like more of a boomer than people being like, this is woke garbage. I'm like, I don't, why though? Like, why? You're upset that sexy Ivy sacrificed herself in Batman Arkham Knight. Okay. And they brought a variant back like this, and then she's not sexy, so you're upset? Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's woke now to have a child character? I know, I'm genuinely lost. I just don't get it. I don't get it, man. Again, and it diminishes the quality and validity of the other arguments when you're like, yeah, so the game is not in line with what anybody expected, and then also, like, the fact that it's just another looter shooter and it's built around a battle pass. Clearly this is just like designed for a quick cash grab or a long cash grab. Who knows? They probably prefer long. So clearly it's, you know, there's all these problems. And then also it's woke garbage because Poison Ivy comes back as a sapling. Like, I think I heard Dell referred to this as Dell Walker on Twitter, former designer at Rocksteady. And he said, like, maybe it wasn't him. I have no idea. Anyway, I heard somebody on Twitter or X or whatever refer to this as like, so is Baby Groot woke garbage now? Is Baby Groot woke and like hyper progressive or something because Baby Groot is not as big and sexy as adult Groot? Like, what are we doing? I don't understand this. This is really stretching as far as I'm concerned, because there's many reasons to find Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League concerning or uninteresting. And this, I think, is a really stupid one as far as I'm concerned. Harley literally calls her fun-sized. Yeah, Baby Groot isn't sexy enough for me. Boycott. I just don't, it's just so cringe to stretch that far to try and get upset about stuff. To be fair, I've not gone through and watched all of this video, and I don't think I can, because like I said, I don't want to accidentally spoil anything for you guys in case you have not watched or found these leaks yourself and you want to experience it straight. So I don't want to have it spoiled for you or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What is the actual name of this company? Sweet Baby Inc. Because this is this an actual thing, or is this... Let's see. Hold on. Okay. So they have a website which has the most god-awful color palette I've ever seen in my life. Services. We believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. Sweet Baby Inc. provides narrative consultation at any stage of development, boasting a talented team with vetted industry experience to best bring your story to life. They offer writing, narrative representation, and development. Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal, working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everybody. Okay. They've worked on God of War Ragnarok for representation. Sable, Battle Shapers, Breeze, Alan Wake 2, Spiderman 2. What is sensitivity reading? They just linked off to the game. Okay. They've worked with Valve, EA, Ubisoft, 2K, Xbox, Polytron, Rocksteady, Co-op. Worked with a lot of big guys. All hands on review, discussion of project material. They see your project, share their thoughts, feelings, and ideas. We do this because it kicks the project off in multiple perspectives. Then create a complete narrative deliverables by keeping the player in mind with a focus on user experience. So they're just like an outsourced group that comes in and helps come up with a story that they think is diverse and inclusive. Representation is key to connecting players and audiences. We offer a few ways to help your team and projects gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive, knowledgeable community of diverse consultants able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. We do cultural consultation, sensitivity. Okay. I'll tell you what, this couple of sentences would give my parents a heart attack if they read it. I'll tell you what. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know to what extent they're doing it. Like the great thing about the gaming industry is, honestly, if the writing is cringy and it's uninteresting, like that will speak for itself and it will fail and people will tease it relentlessly, as we've seen with like Saints Row reboot. We saw with honestly, some of Suicide Squad's writing has been pretty cringy, but other times, you know, like God of War Ragnarok, clearly it didn't really affect people that much. So, I mean, yeah, you could say they've worked on a couple things that maybe are a little cringy. I don't know anything about any of these other ones, but they've also seemingly worked on some pretty big, like very successful games as well. So if all they're doing is they're just hiring, like if Sony and PlayStation are hiring these guys to come in and just be like, hey, make this character black and make this character from Puerto Rico and then talk about this kind of food and then, you know, maybe play some of this music and it'll make everybody feel included. If that's what they're doing, okay, who cares? Like, okay. But the great thing about video games is at the end of the day, it's based on the quality. Like, if the game is good, people won't really care. Like, what was going on elsewhere? They did work on Forspoken. Okay. Well, I mean, clearly they wouldn't put that front and center on their homepage, but I'd buy that. But that's the thing, is like, if they are working on these games and a lot of them are just like really cringy, really horrible shoehorn stuff that isn't interesting to players, the players will respond by not supporting it, by not buying it, and it'll fail. Like, and then guess what? Those companies probably not hiring these guys again because it failed. But if they're working on games like God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, games that are getting tons of awards and recognition that way, they probably are going to get hired again because it seemed to work. So who knows? I don't see enough here to know if, like, how much of a role that they actually took. This would be something where I would be down to, like, talk to these guys if we could get them on. But I mean, so far, most of this, it just seems like they go to companies and then try to give them some help designing the narrative. And yeah, they certainly have a certain political approach to it and bend to it, but does that mean that they automatically do bad work? No, I don't think so. I don't know if there's enough here to go on. Like, I can see how it's got enough buzzwords for people to look at it and be like, oh, see, they're responsible for everything bad in the industry, but I just don't see enough here to actually work off of, you know? I've heard a ton of people criticize on Baby Inc. Why so? It seems to me that, for one, if you go here, I mean, it's very clear what their approach is. If you're politically on the side that you hate the diversity stuff, if you hate inclusivity, if those trigger words trigger you and upset you, if you're somebody like that, then this is going to drive you absolutely crazy, because it's clear that that's their whole thing, is that they're hired by companies to come in and try to give them ideas of how to be more inclusive, how to be more diverse, how to have better story arcs, how to include different minorities or marginalized groups into their games. You know, like, you know, oh, you've got this character that's doing this in the story. What if we had them do this? And what if they were also a trans character to do that? What if we tried that? And then that's what they're doing. Like, they're paid to come in and offer those ideas and to try and do that. Does that automatically make a video game bad? I don't think so. I think there can be amazing games that have that stuff. They've worked on Alan Wake 2. They've worked on God of War Ragnarok. They've worked on Spiderman 2. So clearly it's not like automatically your game's terrible. So that's kind of a stupid thing to argue. But if there's nothing else going for a game, or if the game is built around only that, yeah, it's going to suck and it's going to fail. So, yeah. We don't know to what degree. Yeah. That's where I'm at. Like, I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, they're story consultants. My dad worked as a consultant in the tech sector for a while. And, what I remember growing up, his frustration was always that they would hire consultants. The big executive bigwigs would hire consultants to come in, and they'd pay them a ton of money to come in and offer their thoughts. And then most of the time, the companies wouldn't do anything that they were recommended by the consultants. So yeah, they're probably being hired to come in and offer their thoughts. That doesn't mean that the company is doing everything that they're recommending. Okay. So like, these companies, like PlayStation still has their own writing staff at Insomniac. They're still doing their own thing. Like, yeah, they might take some of their advice from Sweet Baby Inc. Maybe they're taking all the advice. Maybe Sweet Baby, they're the entire writers. Maybe they're doing the whole story. Who knows? Maybe that's why it was so predictable and boring. Or maybe they came in, recommended a bunch of stuff, and, you know, what if Venom was a woman, and let's make her gay? Like, maybe that's what they're doing. But I there's just not enough to go off of here. And with this, like, we can get upset about like the boogeyman kind of thing. Like, ooh, Sweet Baby Inc., they're involved with all these companies. It's a grand conspiracy. We can do that. I don't really see the point. If a game is cringy garbage narratively, it will be obvious and we will make fun of it and it will not do well. Like, easy peasy. You know, like, it's not that complicated. These things have a way of working themselves out, as we've seen. When somebody overstretches and is either like trying to build a conspiracy theory off of just made up nonsense, that usually finds its way to the top, and the garbage and BS is filtered out. And in this case, when there's terrible stories that are predictable and uninspired, those are also plainly visible, and people see those, and they end up kind of being corrected automatically, and the games tend to flop, like Forspoken, where it was just a god-awful story. And as a result, I would guess, if these guys were involved in Forspoken, I don't think that they're getting hired again, in which case the market kind of evened out, right? It kind of evened out. But like, if you're pointing to this, like, oh, Sweet Baby Inc. worked on Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and now sexy Poison Ivy is now a not super sexy child, therefore they're ruining gaming, I think people need to take a break, take a breather. It's okay. It's okay that the child is not working for you. Okay, it's good. It's good. baby plant. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. You know, that child line is getting I don't know what you mean. Child line? Yeah, they have an unsexualized character. How dare they? The gall. Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird. It's like, did you need Poison Ivy that desperately? Like, anybody that's looking to just to be that upset about stuff, I think they're gonna find something to be upset about. That's why, like, eventually those types of snowflakes on both sides of whatever political aisle will end up eventually looking really stupid, because it comes out. Like, you can't hide too long. If you are dedicated to just being upset perpetually about stuff, it will eventually get out. That, you know, and you'll get upset about something really, really stupid that wasn't really relevant. So the Viaduct does have spoilers, yeah. So we won't go through the whole video. Yeah, I don't want it spoiled. Sweet Baby Ink is real. Oh no, I agree. We just pulled up their official website, which is designed very poorly. They got to get a new web designer in, but nobody's doubting that it's real. I just don't really see what the point is. Like, yes, there are narrative people that have been hired and work as consultants for games, some of which end up being really cringy. Others end up being game of the year, like out of a Ragnarok, or game of the year contenders, I guess you could say. So, like, sometimes it affects the game probably really negatively. Other times it doesn't really matter. I just, like, you know, what are you going to do? Did you see the article that the Suicide Squad leaks were false? Some of them were false. The person that did it said that some of what he shared was false and made up, but some of it was probably was true. And without going too specific, with like one of the big audio or one of the big leaks, there was like audio stuff, which could be kind of confirmatory. It's just, at the end of the day, again, it's not productive to look at the leaks. So I just wouldn't bother. Okay. New article by Miller. Did he confirm all of the leaks were fake and that the leaker was lying, that only some of them were fake? Yeah, what he said is they aren't 100% accurate. And there's much more to the story. So some of them are real, some of them are not. Or some of them are half truths or half leaks. So, yeah. How did they get my life-size Todd Howard? I just looked up Todd Howard cardboard cutout, and then some company in the UK was leaking it. Or was selling it, not leaking. Let's see. What the leaker said was, quote, I can confirm pretty much everything Miller is saying about the leak being misleading is correct. The story summary is an awful bastardization retelling of the story, which I regret writing. As Miller has said, the leak is based entirely off of story cutscenes, which I found in the game files. At the time, my method of finding these cutscenes was awful, so the ones I was listening to were incomplete or out of context. Furthermore, I skimmed through these cutscenes and didn't pay close attention. I then recited it the next day to a private Discord server, which is why I put so little effort into the summary. The general structure of the leak is correct, and most of the major events do happen. However, a lot of story details declared as fact were speculation, or me just trying to fill in gaps with my knowledge. The leaks also said that's not just implied. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, if you look up the original clarification from the leaker, there's a lot of text in here that goes through. The leaker actually explains what was seen and verified and what was speculation. I won't verbalize it here because it also has story spoilers, of course, and I don't want to share those or ruin it in the game for you. I already had the story spoiled for me because that's pretty much always going to happen when you're in my position talking about this stuff. But yeah, a good chunk of those things were true. Some of them were not, is the point. So yeah. Yeah, Salazar, that's the whole thing I was just going through is the leaker responding to the Miller article where he's like, yeah, so the stuff that was in the original leak is very misleading, but there's still a lot of the stuff in there that is in fact in the game. It's just some of the set dressing around it. Kind of like the Last of Us Part 2 leaks where they said that like, oh, Joel dies and Ellie ends up being the bad guy and Abby is like super buff and is trans and you are forced to play the whole game as Abby, and like they said all this stuff that ended up not really being wholly true. Like they were half truths, you know. There was like some stuff that was true and other things in that claim that were just false. But yeah, it was like if somebody was just looking at a couple of quick clips and videos, they might say that stuff, but if anybody actually looked into it, then they wouldn't. Yeah, it was just, and it ended up being largely, you know, most of the extra filler was false. So yeah, I saw one person that after The Last of Us Part 2 came out, they said, you know what, I was initially really worried about Abby, but after all that, you know what? If she wants to stick my head between her thighs and crush my head like a watermelon, I'd let her. I remember seeing it. I think it was on Twitter. And I was just like, you know what? I'm glad you came around. Like, cool. Good for you, bro. Like, I guess this is character development. What do we, I guess. It's like, what do you expect me to do with that information? That's my main question. Oh man, it was so funny. It was so funny. My buddy said something like that to me too. Okay, so it's apparently a common thread. A lot of people felt that way. I love going through old Reddit threads discussing leaks after the game comes out. Yeah. Dude realized he liked muscle mommies. Yeah, something was awakened within him when he played the game. Anyway. With all this, anyway, the baby whatever Inc. Like, again, it doesn't surprise me at all that people are petitioning and trying to sell why people are trying to sell this stuff and consult on different games, and like none of that's surprising. It all makes sense. I'm not surprised at all. Does that mean the games are automatically bad? No. Does it help the game? Maybe sometimes, who knows? But clearly they've worked on some games that are tremendously successful and other games that are really, really not. So at the very least, it's not a consistent gauge of whether a game's going to be good or bad. Because if it were, every time they worked on a game, it would be a major flop and a disaster. And that's demonstrably not true, you know? Is he a big dude? He wants to be picked up by a strong woman. No, this guy, I don't think he was your typical hunk that you might see in a movie or something. I just wish they had a warning for the Abby scene everybody knows, because I went in, wow. Oh, because I just went, wow. Oh. Are you talking about... I don't know. There's no way for me to ask you to clarify without spoiling it if you are not talking about that thing. So, Anyway. But yeah, with all this stuff, if this is what we're going to be dealing with heading into another election year, I don't think I'm ready for it. Because it's just like constant crap of like, oh, this is actually super woke and all this. And then you ask somebody, what does woke mean? And nobody can tell you. And it's all just like, I can't keep up with what anybody's doing or saying anymore. Half the time, it doesn't even seem like they have a clear idea of what they're talking about. They just heard somebody say, and they're just parroting it. So, let's finish off with this, a feel-good something. Oh, wait. This is just called If Arthur is Fat, this scene becomes even funnier.
Oh, you can't have it.
Gentlemen! Oh, it's nice to see you, Arthur. Now you, please release my friend before anyone gets shot. Now.
I see what they mean.
Come on, Arthur. Let's go.
How'd you boys find me in there?
I've known you 20 years, Arthur. When you go missing, I check
Oh, they did him dirty. Okay. I wasn't ready for that. I was like, okay, it's kind of funny because he wants the sandwich. Okay, that's funny. And then just to straight up have the horse collapse under his weight. Oh, they did him dirty there. Wow.
All of you, we gotta keep quiet and keep moving, or we're gonna be dead in the next few minutes. Follow me, one at a time. Arthur,
I'm starving.
Come on, follow me.
I'm starving.
Right down. There's law everywhere.
Shit!
Arthur, we can get in here. Come on!
Dutch.
What is it?
I'm stuck.
Arthur!
Can I get food, please?
Look what you've become.
He's here! It's them! They're right there!
Damn it!
Get out of my way! Hands of the hip, boys! What the? Give me some assistance here, boys! Pull back now and drag him out!
Butter! We need butter! I get something
You got
to eat.
it! Take him down! Come on! Good!
Can I get a bowl of chili?
Hope you like 4 walls and a stiff bed, you shit!
You got some jail time coming.
Can I get a bowl of chili?
You want some? Oh, you can't have it.
Okay. That was pretty funny. I wasn't ready for that to be that funny. Oh, what does he do if he throws a tomahawk instead of shooting him?
Ladies and gentlemen, I will prove to you I am the greatest entertainer to ever live.
It's like my favorite show in the whole game.
Now, ready? Take aim. Oh, not a fight is too much. Incredible. And fire.
So when I did this, I shot him in like the gut and he freaks out and thinks he's dying and stuff. It's pretty funny. What's going to happen here?
Looks like you ain't so magic, huh?
Just chopped his leg clean off. Okay, that's pretty funny. If you shoot him with an elephant rifle. Wow. There's so many details I've never seen about Red Dead 2. So many little details. It's just a caveman.
Hello there.
Hey, partner. Hey, you know if any Pinkertons have been seen around here? Yeah, well, you don't look like you can see past the end of your own nose.
I know you are, but what am I?
I ain't finished.
It's a Neanderthal.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you. Okay, I'm done now. I swear. You'll wish we'd had a gunfight. And stay down.
That's funny. Okay. I don't know what triggers me most. The fact that this NPC exists, the fact that Arthur asked this prehistoric fella to share information about the Pinkertons, or the fact that this prehistoric guy had chewing gum or chewing tobacco in his pants. Wow. That's amazing. That's so funny. That's pretty funny. Okay. Well, who knew? Who knew? I had no idea that was there. No idea. No idea. End on a happy note. Okay, actually one more, and then we'll be done.
Justice will be served in this town today.
Christ alive, that is one fat ass.
Do you have any last words before you meet your judgment?
I need some food. Can I get a meal? I'd like the roast beef, the fried catfish, the prime rib, a stew, a beer, and lamb's fry. Yeah, lamb's fry.
No more delay.
Can't wait to taste this.
Pull the lever.
Can I get food, please? Shit.
He's trying to run.
Hey, you get what you pay for, I suppose.
Help!
I thought I was blind.
Hey, fatso, come on!
I'm coming, lady. Watch out!
Why aren't we moving?
Wish I knew.
You go too fat.
What? I have an idea.
Oh my God! What's wrong with you?
I think we're gonna crash. God damn it!
You break your cock.
No, it's even worse. I broke my chocolate bar.
Somebody spent so much time making these, dude. This is not easy to do. Wow. Okay. Well, anyway. Oh, God. Okay. Well, we've been going for about 4.5 hours, so I think we'll call it there. I've got to film tomorrow's video, so I'm going to knock that out. You all are amazing, fantastic. I appreciate every single one of you. You're all amazing. Never think I'd take it for granted. It's been a wonderful, wonderful time. We'll be back Friday with the podcast with Joe Raptor. It's going to be the very first thing we do in the show or the stream. So we'll be back Friday. That's the plan. And as for everybody else, you have a wonderful rest of your day. It's hump day. Let's get the rest of the week. Knock it out. Full force. You can do it. Much love. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Stay safe. I love you. See you soon.